Right. So Gabe left me on lurk the entire co-stream, and he got no channel points. Like 0. Damn, that's a whole beer. Whoa now. Whole beer and 5 gulps? Alright, dude. Wait, what? What do you mean? Didn't you say you... That's not true? I thought you said you got no points from it. What was the cap before? Were you just doing that because to scare me? Yo, Alex, boy, yo, guys. 1080 by 1920? Well then, Rick, it's gonna be sideways on OBS. If you want it to be sideways, then yes. But when you have to not, all right, dude. I didn't know what to think when I saw that. I was like, oh yeah, that was the last thing me and Alex talked about. What do you take? Oh my god, listen to Steve over here. All right, this game's fucking. Jesus, how many do I have? Rick, just shrink that down and put it on one side of it, and then the left side, just draw like some grass. Just draw some grass. Sometimes we are one slug like a true Viking. Dude, I'm all right, listen, we're playing a fucking Nintendo game. We can't be fucking showing up. We can't be doing that. Our name is Stinky. I don't even remember. I haven't played this in so long. Oh, right, we're in hero mode. Oh shit, I forgot. Like the way I make prints, that's the size I'm using. What, 1920 by 1080? Oh no, Rick. Dude, look at, oh my god, we're just breaking Link's arm already. Actual insane camera placement, by the way. Perfect up here. Stinky poop. All right, we just went into, this is what? This is the Tower of the Gods, right? I don't remember this dungeon at all. All right, we can cruise. This is the part of the game I do not remember because I've only done this one time. So... Oh, shit! Well, I was trying to fucking get in that door, but alright. Fucking spook me a bit. I think we just have to wait. You remember whenever I left off here? It's been a while. It's been a fucking hot while. Ugh. Okay. I'm using the normal size I make prints in. Okay. Do it okay, Rick, I don't know how to explain this to you. I really don't. Oh shit. Is it gonna electrify the water? No, he just floats on it. I think I remember hating this dungeon actually, the more I think about it. You're looking Pearl, stop. Pearl, please. What's up, Pearl? Alright. Yeah, I don't think I like this dungeon. I don't really remember much about it, but rising and lowering water levels, usually something I do not enjoy. We do have bombs. Beautiful. When did you go live? Right now. Literally, I am in the first room of the dungeon. What's up, Dan? Oh my god, dude! Look, alright, this needs to be pushed. Oh! Alright, dude. Except the fact that Rick will surprise me in hours? Why do you say that? Rick, what I'm saying is you can draw in whatever you draw in, and then make a 1920 by 1080 canvas, and put what you drew just on. You'll have to shrink it down and fit it perfectly, but with the way you draw things, that's only going to take up a section of a 1920 by 1080 canvas. So then there's going to be a bunch of space on the left. So on the left side, just draw grass or whatever. I'm not bad at explaining things, Rick. I just don't understand how Rick doesn't know canvas sizes and things, but he's been doing art his whole life. I don't get it, dude. Now I'm just bullying Rick. All right, Rick, you see what I'm saying now? Yeah, you get what I'm saying? Yeah. You can draw it in whatever you want. I just, yeah. Anthony, what's up? Welcome in, everybody. Purse is just a snack to you? What the fuck am I to you? Actually, don't answer that. I don't want the answer. Bruh, I'm... Oh my god. Let go, Link. Let go of life. You're not stupid. I guess I didn't explain. It made sense in my head. Can I drop it? Okay, yep. Ah! Get away from that, dude. Box is gone. Doesn't matter. I think there's a box in here. Yep. A box. A treasure chest. Link's one step close to the edge and he's gonna break. Alright, here we go. Sucking on a fucking dick, fucking. Sucking a ball. Alright, dungeon map. Oh, great. Just what we needed. So this room is actually... Oh, okay. Maybe it isn't worthless. What the fuck? Spawn 3 more of them. A treasure box. Alright, time for the water to lower. Time for the water to lower. Yep. Alright, well, that did not work how planned. Those came back way faster than I thought. Alright. Oh, right. You can put a box over that or something. Zappy boys. Yo, Pumpkin. Oh, freaking Eddie. Thank you so much for the host, dude. Welcome in. Okay, let's see. Dan, thank you for the host. Boys! Alright, we gotta move this. We're not gonna get it. We're not gonna get it in this cycle. Oh my god. Holy shit. I can't believe it, boys. We actually pulled it off. This box is also gonna have to just break. Hopefully that'll do it. This is your first Zelda game? Oh my... Okay. This is one of my faves. I love this game. I've only played it through one time, though. Did we do it? Oh my god, we did it. There's not even shit in there! Alright, get me out of this godforsaken room. Person at DM called me a dumb fuck. I have never DM'd you one time, Pearl. I will say that right now. As sad as that is. Oh, right. We have the cannon now. I completely forgot. Is there anything up there? Alright. Yo, Retro Rewind. Thank you for the host, dude. So nice to see you. First called me handsome in a DM? I actually did. Alright, well, this is one of 3 ways we can go. Well, 2 now. Alright, please hurry up and swim to this. Oh, thank God. Oh, this is the dungeon with these little weird statue boys. Alright, keep in mind, we do not get heart drops because we're playing on hard mode. So, me breaking these right now is actually worthless unless there's a fairy in it. The host with the most, baby. Did you get the last message I DM'd you? Yeah, you said go to bed, you stupid fuck, or something. I don't remember what you said. But I was like, damn, that's true. I was going to bed whenever I read it, so that's why I didn't respond. Get some rest, you crazy bitch. That's what it was. Okay, I don't know the solution to that one. Yeah, I like I said, whenever I started the stream, I said I slept for like 20 hours. It's kind of fucked up. I woke up and realized Wednesday was over. I was like, well, I forgot to stream. You ignore my DMs? You never DM me, Pearl. When have you ever DM'd me? Compass. Compass. I'm going to fight the text. 1920 hates text. It shouldn't. It should be fine. You probably gotta change your size or make it bigger, or I don't know. All right, there's there's the first sippy. Woo! Oh god, that tastes so good. Did you guys accept all the gulps? What happened? I haven't taken any of them yet. I don't know how many I have. Maybe that number's broken. I think that number is always broken. It is always broken. All right, you guys didn't do that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you. God, all right, dude. Anthony's ready to go now. Now that he's done his hot sauce. All right, Frank. God, I need you to calm down, buddy. Wait, why did we lower it to 400? It should be 500. Wait. All right, stop redeeming. We lowered it to 400 whenever me and Gabe were streaming for some godforsaken reason. Why would we do that? No. 400 is not okay. 400 is bad. Hi, markers. Nope, they're 500 now. I'm not letting that one slip past me. I saw it right away. Frank, you're such a fucker. How you doing, man? Oh, I didn't mean to talk to you, but all right, we have one more door. Oof, why are you oofing? Hi, discount. Gamble all? Ooh, yeah, that's a big oof. Have you already gambled once today? What the fuck? I didn't even see you say hi yet, and you're already gambling twice. Hi, discount. Wasn't it always 400? No, it was 500. I think we turned it down to 400 because we were splitting them, right? Cap A. We redeemed stuff, his mistake? What do you mean his mistake? None of this is my mistake, all right? It's called an addiction. Hi, discount. There's anybody I didn't say hi to? I'm sorry. How are you guys doing? Drink. All right, you know, all right, dude. I haven't even begun the dungeon. How many do I have? You left them 400, not our fault. Shut up. You know what, Frank? Ooh, discount. You fingered me a little bit, buddy? Shut up, Dad. Leave me alone, dude. Stop putting logic into my mouth. Hi, Shane. All right. You're just a little bitch. You're a little bitch, man. What's the point of this? Oh. Link is fucking... Dude, that is not good for your fucking back. That is quite some posture. That looks like me and my photo channel. Alright, Dan, now you're just bullying me, alright? Can you climb on these? If I could jump up there. That head game, though? Oh, no. Can I get up on these? Oh, I didn't think a box would work on that. All right. Right, but it's gonna go right back down onto it. All right. Yeah, wait. You watched me yesterday, so I'm thanking you. Oh. I was so confused, dude. You were like, thank you. And I was like, what did Shane do? We back when my internet stops eating an anus. I understand. Yo, what up, Matt? How you doing, dude? I have so many Matts. How you doing, dude? All right, what? I can pick this up? Oh, next is gonna tell me that that's not unlockable now. Why is that glowing? All right, that's pretty cool. Digging this. Okay, I don't know why that lit up. Can we hang out and smoke outside the 7-Eleven when we have our Slayer? Probably when there's not a pandemic going on. Also, I don't smoke, but just for you, discount. Maybe so. Changing my name legally. No, Matt, please don't. I'm sorry, there's so many cool Matts. All right, fucking hell. But that's the best type. All right, well, what the fuck does Link look like? I don't know, just draw me. You know what I look like. You're pretty good at drawing me. All right, that sail is actually making me slower right now. Please don't go down. Okay. I was very close to having to redo that. Drop him. I was gonna say that's definitely not gonna work. Beautiful. Easy dungeon. You look like George Clooney. I was gonna say, I think one person has told me that so far, but I think it was you, so I'm gonna say no, I don't. Oh my, what is this section? Do these run out of fire eventually? I don't, if it's Zelda logic, you would think so. All right. All right, this needs to be pushed a little bit. And we'll be set. And don't fucking roll into it. I think Link can make that. Alright. You look like George Clooney, so I look like a not real man. I really don't know how to take that. The water's gonna lower. It's gonna fucking lower, dude. Oh, okay. Can we do black tar heroin outside Walmart and wear lab coats at 2 p.m.? Only if you cough on me. Small key. I literally have not seen anything that requires a key yet. All right, way to throw that bomb, Link. Very good. That's gotta be breakable, right? Oh no, it's just part of the texture. I thought that was a breakable wall. Oh my god, please, dude! No! Get me away from these fools! I gotta remember we're playing hard mode and I like actually have to be careful. Fuck! We're gonna die. We're dead! Every game over is 5 drinks. Did you see my message? Wait, which one? Did you Discord message me? Or no, in chat. My birthday coming up. If the pandemic is over by then, you should swing by. That'd be fucking great discount. Do you still live at the same place? I mean, I'm sure you live in the same town, but I don't know if you live in the same house that you did. Yo, RJ. Sorry I missed your message, dude. What's up? We're playing more Zeldies. Bean! Oh, dude, I'm behind on everything. I just wanted to get a puzzle done. We lowered the beans and now people love them. All we had to do is cut the price in half and now everyone's buying them like they're fucking nothing. God damn it, dude. Alright, what is it? These beans are gonna run out, by the way. There's a bunch of shitty ones left. Ooh, strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish. Oh my god, I've never had strawberry banana smoothie before. It's so fucking good. It's always dead fish. I probably have nothing but good ones left now because I ate all the shitty ones right off the bat. Oh wow, that's fucking great. That's delicious as shit. God damn. Look, Dan. That's too many jumping jacks for such a low price. Oh, is there a door down here maybe? No. Okay. Map. So I'm no longer playing on the gamepad. In my first stream I played with a gamepad, but you guys couldn't see all this shit. So I switched over to the old Wii U Pro controller. So now everything's on screen. You've never played it and you're ashamed? I've only played it through one time all the way, RJ. And it was whenever this HD version came out. And after playing it once, it's one of my favorite Zelda games. But I've only beaten it one time. So we're seeing if it still holds up, as I put like really high praise on it. I was like, yo, that's some good shit. Now I'm playing it again to see if I still feel that way. And I think I do. Is there water in here? Okay. There's my answer. How the fuck do you get up there? Yo, make it on this higher platform. Fucking... Nope, alright, you guys suck. How the hell do you get up there? You guys have 60K? What the fuck? Alright, Kyle, what are you saving up for again? I think Marcars has said that he is saving up for the 1 mil, which is ridiculous. I'll play through an entire game for Marcars in the 24-hour stream if he fucking does it. Oh my god! One more hit and we're fucking donezo. What? Where are there other doors? There's one right here. There's a treasure chest right here. Oh, I know how to get that. I know exactly how to get that. Oh my god, dude! Speed strats, that was so fucking perfect timing. Here we go. Rick, DM me, I'm lonely? What, Mooey? Mooey, are you okay? Or is Rick saying he's DMing me, so you're memeing on him? Most worthless item in the game. Very good. Very happy with that one. Alright. Oh, well, we definitely didn't fucking finish this room. You can see that right now. Fucking dummy, dude. Now you're just another skull. Just another skull on the wall. Alright, bow and arrow. Don't we have that, right? Fuck, we don't have a bow and arrow? Shit, I guess we don't have that yet. That's definitely what this is. Oh, alright, dude. What a toss that was, Link. It really has to curve around like that. Alright. Let me catch up here. Mango and coconut were bad to you? I mean, those are two flavors that you really gotta enjoy, you know? Like, I'm not even huge on coconut, but if I got coconut instead of spoiled milk, I'd be fucking stoked. You make an original amount for 10 jumping jacks at a max of 50 per stream? People are just gonna buy all of them, though. The factory where they make... Oh, dude, Kyle. The factory where they make Bean Boozled beans have to smell just trash. Okay, you guys are gambling. I'm not saving up. I just don't want to make you suffer. Kyle's just gonna have like 2 million bitbucks. He's gonna be like, I'm not spending them. God damn it. Get fucking beaned on, loser. Yo, Mooey, any bean? Can you use the hook? I'm curious. I might just have to go and do that room I was just in, but it didn't make sense. All right, how do you... Okay, it's plus. I would say you can't do this. Holy shit, this is way hard to control without gyro. You need to like... That's definitely something, right? I can see the chest through the wall! You guys see that shit? I know there's a chest back there, bitch. I saw it. Yeah, I really don't know. Alright, let's try out some other stuff. Oh, the little man we had. Can we put him on the boat? Or is there a little man down here, maybe? There's not a little man down here. I feel like there's something to this room that I'm not seeing. Maybe I have to kill everything in here and then something spawns. Zelda does that a lot. Oh, get away from me, dude. What's the 100k redemption between us bros? I cannot say. Maybe sometime soon. Okay, that's... Yep. Alright, dude. Yeah, you know what Gabe said to me, Rick? Why the fuck am I in this? He said, I'm not a fucking artist. Why am I in this? I can't tell you, Discount. You just have to find out yourself. It's my OnlyFans. It's my Patreon with feet pics. Gabe said, why the fuck did Rick put me in here? I said, because you'd be fun to draw with. He's like, I can't fucking draw. I was like, neither can I. He's like, you went to school for art. I was like, yeah, but it's still not a good drawer. I can do graphic design, I can't draw. Have you seen me draw Pokemon? Yeah, that's why it'll be great. It'll be good content. Neck given link. All right, you guys can just figure out what that joke was gonna be. I'm not gonna fix it. Dude, I actually don't like how accurate that is to the joke I made. Don't like that, dude. All right, we opened up his little... It's not even his mouth. His mouth is up there. It's his little chin. He's got a little chin hole. Please don't. Please don't. Oh my god, I can't believe you. Lowering and raising water is awful. You will give me brain. Oh god, he's drowning. Get him up there. All right. Rats! Rats. We are the rats. Oh my! Jesus Christ. How many drinks do I owe? One of my mods, please tell me. I don't know how many. Fuck! Would you like to... yeah? Is that the first time I've... No, I think I've died one other time. I think it says your deaths on the main menu. It does in Ocarina of Time, at least. All right, so does he always get out of the right side? Okay, great information to know. Rats, we are the rats, celebrating yet another birthday bash. Michael, it's your birthday today. All right, I gotta fucking watch out for this thing, apparently. Jesus, I didn't know what it was. Oh no, can we... Ah! They're just fucking... They're scary, dude. I went to take a shower earlier and there was a enormous spider in my shower curtain and I had a panic attack. I didn't know what to do. All right, dude. All right, dude. Where are you? That didn't do shit. Dude, these rats are gonna steal my shit or something. There you are, you little sneaky bugger. Now you're fucking dead. All right, 1 rupee, not worth my time. Can we blow this up like in Ocarina of Time? I'm gonna say no. All right, I was correct. Go. Ooh. Jesus Christ. How the fuck is he one of them? Or maybe just Link has to stand on one. Oh, I heard him zap. He zapped. Okay. Oh, you just have to touch it once. What's down here? Death pit? Very good. Yep. Sounds like Shane. Wait, what is that? Why would I ever need to go on that? Okay. Alright, dude. You guys still haven't told me All right, guys, I'll look myself. All right, 15. Oh my god. No, Shane, I didn't. Oh, Kyle, gross. A giant. No, dude. Fuck spiders. God damn it, I hate them. They do nothing for me. All right. Yeah, all right, Rick. All right, dude. I don't want to hear about the spider nests. I hate that shit. It's so gross. Read my message. How am I missing everything tonight? Have you ever thought if someone redeemed to ban someone, who you would choose, or would you let that person choose? Somehow nobody has redeemed that yet, but they get to choose. Is the person that chooses. You can ban a mod if you want. Actually, I don't know, because I'm gonna need that mod. Because it lasts, what, one whole stream? You're banning Purce? You can do that. You guys can always ban Discount. He wants it anyway. Rick, you know, all right, dude, you gotta ban my one mod who speaks probably the most in my chat. Oh god. Rick, you know what? I won't even let it last the whole stream. You just gotta... I'm sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to do it. I need him, though. He's a good mod. That's so mean. Why Rick? Like the nicest person here. Rick, just... Rick's like, what do I do all night now? Alright, what am I supposed to do here? Wait, did this say something? Oh. Press ZR to call me? Oh yeah. The ban was for Riku, not Rikuwatu? Oh shit. He does make a good point. No, dude, I don't like Rick being banned. This hurts. Holy shit, he almost fell. No, Gabe, why didn't you type tryhard right? There you go, buddy. Can I pick you up still? I can. I'm gonna throw... I don't like this. Can we ban Riku instead? Or Frank? Yeah, I'd be fine with Frank. Dude, I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. We banned him, all right? I am gonna ban Riku. I have to remod Rick now, right? Jesus Christ. All right, Riku's banned. That is the most I can do of Rick being banned from my channel. That was awful. I hated that. Come on. Alright, you're banned again. You legit cried. I just know that he was sitting there like, I wouldn't type. Just ban me. Trust me, I'll like it for one whole stream. Dude, where are you? What are you supposed to do? How do you get him over here? What's the point of this? I remember this fucking dungeon now. Plebs, rise up. That ban one's harsh, dude. I kind of forgot it was a reward because nobody had done it yet. Look, you can ban 3 more people, Nick, that aren't here and have never been to my chat. You can just ban certain names from my chat. What the fuck are we supposed to do here? Can I throw him on top of this? No. What are you supposed to do? Oh! I didn't think he could fucking make that jump, dude. That was insane. If you show feet on stream, you can ban me. I don't want to ban you. I don't want to ban anyone. Man, that's a harsh thing. Here, I'll ban a few people for you. We'll ban Ninja. Ninja is already banned. All right. I'll ban Markiplier. Markiplier is already banned in this channel. All right. Well, you guys already banned Ninja and Markiplier long ago. The Great Fight of March 25th? What are you talking about? All right, we need to do every room now. Did this one unlock? No. How do you unlock them? Oh. Left, middle, right, middle. Wait. Wait, that's a banger. Why didn't it work? Dun 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 dun. Do we learn it afterwards or something? I played it, bro. Did I fuck it up? Ban Call Me Carson? Oh, he's been banned. Alright, we got a ban discount. Discount's a normie. We have to ban him. I give you my right, mods, to ban discount right now. For liking Minecraft YouTuber Call Me Homo. I didn't mean to call him that. That was mean. Don't call me a homo. I don't like his Minecraft? Sure you don't. That's all he fucking does. Those Discord videos are so bad. That was in my recommended for like a year straight and I just wanted to die. I don't know, whatever. You can like him. Just don't like the whole... Yeah. Yeah. I thought you know what? I thought we banned... You know, I don't think Streamlabs is doing his job. We have a banned term in here that I don't think was, I don't think it banned. Because I'm pretty sure Discount said the name and didn't get in trouble for it. Unless that's because he's a VIP. If you're a VIP, can you just... Yeah, literally, I have it as... Is it because it's not... No, it's banned. Is it because Discount's a VIP? Man, Discount, we're gonna have to think about that VIP badge if you keep saying Carson in here. Well, I mean, you're a mod, Gabe. You can... Yeah, you can say whatever. Alright, dude. I have it as a banned term. Oh, yeah? Discount, I love you, buddy. Just some friendly trolling. Cause strip me of my freedom of speech. How the fuck? Okay, can you... Discount, can you help me? How do I figure this out? Who do you think you are? What am I missing? What am I missing here? What the fuck? What a fucking... What a jump, dude! I'll set myself on fire. Yo, dude. Where's my invite? What is this? I guess we get the bow and arrow here, but... Oh, I see the door up there. Right? Yeah, it's that. Okay. We're at half a heart again. Don't I owe like 10 more drinks? Where's the marsh? Oh my god, dude. What was it they said? It wasn't where's the marshmallows? Unless it was that. He said something about marshmallows. Don't ignore me? I'm not ignoring you. What in the fuck am I supposed to do? I figured play the song, but I play the song and it's like, Nah, I don't really feel like it. Oh, there it is! Where the fuck are your alerts? What do you mean? They're on. Check your Twitch notifications. Why? My Twitch notifications. I don't fucking have anything. What do you mean, where are my alerts? They're on. What are you talking about, Germ? Germ, are you okay? Are you alright, buddy? The command melody. Oh yeah, sick. Yeah, I remember now. Oh, that's gone now. Okay. Yeah, Shane, I know, dude. Guys, don't make me look at messages on stream. It's so annoying. I have to open like 40 windows. Oh, God! Yeah, what do you mean, where are my alerts? There's just no alerts. Nobody's doing anything. Everyone's just hanging out and watching. I'm dead. The fact truth is that 14.99 bits and not 15K hurts my head. He does what he wants, alright? Vampire Cynical? I can do that. Definitely don't like him either. Now you delete and start over, right? Yeah. Permadeath? Fuck that. Oh, we have to redo all this? Come on, dude. I don't even care if I get zapped. Oh! Oh, we don't have to do this again. Oh, sick. Alright. Do you think if I ever blow up, do you think Discount will go in other people's streams and say sub to Purce? Do you think he'll do that? If you die, you never play the game again. Imagine dying in like the first temple and being like, shit, man, just sell your game. Maybe. Really shows how much Discount likes me. He likes a man that makes Discord videos more than he likes his friend he's known for 3 years. It's fucked up. Hipster. Listen, don't tell me who is a hipster in this chat. Alright, I would really like to be able to fucking do the things. Alright, so we need to go here. Wait. We don't even need to do that. God damn it. All right, we do have to do it. Hipster power increasing. My brain gets larger the more hipster I am. Dude, Kyle, stop bashing. Please, dude. You've got too much money. Oh, wait, I know what we have to do here. I know what we have to do. Imagine Link without hair? I'd rather not. That fucking bandana works way too well. What's up, Discount? You alright? What's going on, buddy? Moe, don't do it. I'll ban you. I will literally ban you. Don't. Who the fuck was it that used to do that shit? There's somebody that did that to like -5 million. I had to fix it, and then he kept doing it, and I was like, I'm banning you. I don't remember who it was. No, Mooey, it's okay. We had someone who wouldn't stop doing that, and they were like in the negative fucking millions, and I was like, please stop. Yeah, it fucks the bot up. It like breaks everything. It's awful. The King of Red Lions, I'm afraid there's some areas you'll not be able to bring the servants, but do not fear leaving them behind. Once you have awakened them, they'll wait patiently for your return. Oh yeah, they're cute. Did Discount say anything, or did you just say Purce? He gambled all and then said, "Ay." Dude, alright, the beans. I'm gonna have to buy one of these like huge fucking boxes of them, which I wanted to do anyway, so. Ooh, this little mini boss, isn't it? We're gonna get the bow. Yeah! Fucking Dark Nut. Oh, we're gonna die. We have so few hearts. Hey, big man. Oh wait, can't you like blow his armor off or something? I don't remember how you do it. Got your ass, bitch! You have no sword, my man! What are you gonna... Oh no, he's running for it! Ah! Hero mode actually makes this game really, really fun. Like, that's the one thing about Zelda is usually they aren't so hard, but hero mode actually makes you like be cautious. I really like it. Everyone was begging me not to play hero mode. He just fucking split, dude. He fucking was running for that sword. He realized he was fucked. Reese's Pieces. All right, why? All right, dude. Game's over. Where you at, Ganon? Your ass is mine. This is Pog. Holy shit! This is sick. How is playing on the gamepad? It's fine, but I'm not using the gamepad. I'm using the Wii U Pro controller. Dude, this is sick as shit. Yo! All right, I want that sword. I'm not leaving without it. It's our new sword. Oh, thank Christ. 30 arrows right off the bat. Pretty Pog. No. There we go. Yeah, I'm using the iPod Shuffle with no screen. No! Now I'm fucking pissed. Oh, that actually hits them? Oh, poor Min! There was nothing they could do. I almost want to use the gamepad just for the gyroscope. Gamepad! You guys hear that? I'm still hitting puberty. I want to use the gamepad because the gyro controls are really good. Using this... Okay, so... Say you're holding down X to... Oh, you don't have to hold it. Okay, well... You know what? Never mind. Fuck me. The right stick, it just isn't as good. Take a shot every time Purce says this is Pog. Do I say it a lot? I might. Leave me alone, alright? Eat the bean? Fuck! Alright, let me get this statue back. Dude, I had one good bean. You know it's not gonna happen again. Take a shot every time someone says take a shot. Fuck, dude! Oh, that's 2 more! Alright, don't forward me. Okay, alright, dude. What do we got? I'm gonna run it. Well, I've got quite a few left. This is, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 25 times 2.5k. Oh yeah, we got another good amount of beans there. I'm not doing the math. I can't do that math anymore. I've been out of school too long. Dirty dishwater or birthday cake? Oh no. Dirty dishwater was bad last time. Oh my god. It's so fucking good. Woo! Oh, that tastes like pure icing. It's really good, but it's fucking sweet, dude. About 65k? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Like 62.5, something like that. I don't know. Math. So we got about 65 more K points until the beans are gone. I'll give you all 10k points if on my first try I snipe one of these bats. There's no way. No! Alright, boys. Sorry, I ruined it. They're fucking fast, boys. I need my boomerang. You, how the fuck? Can you guys come towards me or something? Can you guys realize I'm in the room? No, I said I'll give you 10k if I do it. I didn't do it. Fuck. Dude, all right. Come to me, bats. Oh, there you guys are. Fuck you, bitch. I thought I was betting against the market. No, no, no. You were betting for me to have skill. Big brain moves. All right. This fucker, I think I can hit him. Yep. Shane, is that you? What's the point of this? Bum. Nice aim, Helen Keller. Little did you know, if you guys don't know who Helen Keller is, she was a master marksman. So that's what Gabe's talking about. It was a compliment. I don't know why you guys are laughing so hard. I mean, it is a pretty sick reference to one of the best marksmen we've ever known. Sorry, Mark's woman. Fuck you. That was a Alright, dude. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. This dungeon's actually really fun. At first, I was like, fuck this dungeon because of the water shit, but then they stopped doing water! Should I get a new bit badge pack? Alright, dude. Angel, please don't. What's up? How you doing, girl? Do you think I can make that? Not gonna. Just asking a question. Thought this game featured Link the Hyrulean Hero, but nope, it features Stevie Wonder, the blind pianist. I don't think the... Alright, you know what? Don't get me started, Gabe. I'm not even one beer in yet. I'm Gabe. Is there a joke behind that? Is there something Gabe says? Are you gonna be like, blah, 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 I'm Gabe? Or are you just, I'm Gabe? Oh, no, dude. Remember when Germ said, where are your alerts? There they are. God damn it. Anime Angel, thank you for the 69 bits. My dude. God damn it. Top left bust. Oh, God, here we go again. What was the point of this, by the way? You guys see anything? Oh. Dude, no fucking way. Oh my god. Oh my god, just get... Alright, we need to just get back on there. It's okay, Gabe. You are you are making me mad. There it is. Bro, how do you fuck up pizza rolls? Dude, he fucking... I don't know how he does it so well. It's so good. Angel, thank you for the 75! Oh wow, perfect timing. I got a joy pin, and hopefully you get something fucking better. Dude, you can do a lot with a halo ring. God damn, dude, watch out with that thing. That thing's got a lot of power. Angel, thank you for fucking all the bits. Jesus, what are you doing? Don't go for a new bit badge. You calm down. Dan, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see anything. Wait, that was a joy pendant in that? What was the point of this room? Did we get anything in here? Did we get anything in here? What was the point of this room? Use the heat ray? What the fuck are you, Dr. Doofenshmirtz? Oh no.
You're never gonna believe what time it is, man. Oh god.
He needs some milk.
You stoned?
God damn it. Anime Angel with the 420. God damn it, dude. Thank you, Obi. You don't have to fucking do that. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your 420 alert. It is definitely my new favorite alert that I've made. Fucking amazing. Alright, I think we gotta put one more down there. That's not gonna put it too low, is it? Okay, well that's gone. Curb. What you just said sounds like something I would have put as one of those top text bomb text memes inside of that video that are supposed to be awfully cringe. So, please. I was gonna put them in our air fry. You're air frying fucking pizza rolls? Why don't you put them in the microwave? Bro, microwave pizza rolls are just fine. You're gonna take the time to preheat an oven for pizza rolls? No. Oh, we got a key somewhere. All right, I'm leaving. What? You make yours in the oven? That's okay. It just, I never take the fucking time to do that. Can't I call him? We do have to control him from here. Shoestring fries? That sounds pretty good. What the fuck am I supposed to do in here? Yo, any big brain puzzle heads in chat? Any big Brians? You want pizza rolls because your life's in shambles? You want the energy? Yeah, exactly. It's true. Me? Can you figure this puzzle? Whoa! Alright, I didn't think you could make that. Sorry, I got a little excited about that one. It wasn't... Uh-oh. You know, I really thought I could do it. What do you think the solution for this is? So, if you get close enough, you can call him down. All right, I did not want to do that. You can play this song, but he has to be close enough as well, I think. You gotta, I think we gotta get this block on this, but you can't push this block. Something going on here. Never heard of shoestring fries? All right, boys. Any big Brians in chat? I'm very confused. How the hell do we get this block down? Is there maybe another room we can go to we haven't done yet? There's one to the side there. Alright, I'm gonna say we gotta do these extra rooms. What the fuck, Gabe? What nonsense are you saying? Let's see. Bruh! He do be driving though. Yeah, Link be kind of puking. Alright, we don't need the boomerang really for much. Oh, it's so close. It was like a frame away. I know there's a way easier way to do this, guys. Fuck! Alright. Kyle, you don't need more money. You have like fucking 20 million. Alright, dude. A little uncalled for, if you ask me. What? Oh, holy shit, there's a whole ass room down here? Good, I need bombs. Oh no. What is this, dude? These are some old ass men with testicle chin. Hello? Oh my god. What do I do about you? Fucking dumbass, get up. Wake up! I don't know what to do. What is this? Check? Check it. Check it, you tard. Jesus. Designs that reflect wind are drawn here. Oh. You hear that little sound? They're awake now and they're pissed. Ah! Just open it, dude! Oh god, they're scary. Eat bomb. Oh god. Oh no. Alright, I kind of love these guys. They're fun. At least these drop like arrows and bombs. They don't drop hearts anymore, but they do drop other goodies. Dude, I don't need that. Why is this such a big like boss room for that? Have we already gone in here? We have. I still don't know the the solution to this one puzzle. We're gonna go do the other thing that we forgot about. Holy shit. We did it. We did something. We need to figure out this one room now. All right, so looking this way, it would be to our right. All right, so there was an arrow. Oh my good god. Wait, there's a fucking wizard in here now. What the fuck? There's a whiz robe. Oh, he's making fucking Link to the Past sounds. He's making 4 sword sounds at me. They're good sounds, not gonna lie. Fuck you, bitch. Yeah. Does it go up? Okay. Alright, this is the last maybe side room. Unless you get like power gauntlets or something in here. This could be another goddamn sea chart. Okay. One cycle, baby! Chest. Dude, I'm over fucking joy pendants. We're gonna game over again. Whoopee, dude, whoopee. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. So now, what's left here? Alright, so that's boss territory. There is a chest that we're missing in the first floor. Doubt it's anything. If you get the bow from this dungeon, we're not going to be getting anything else. I think we just need a big brain move, which we haven't figured out yet. I think we can do that room with what we have. Just gotta figure it out. No more whiz robe, please. Did you ever resize Gabe's new emo, or do you want me to? I can do it. I didn't even... Oh wait, Gabe hasn't uploaded that, has he? I guess you did redo it. I kind of forgot all about that. I didn't know I was supposed to. Gabe also hasn't streamed for like a month, so... I did not think of it. Oh boy. All right, we need to figure this shit out. How the fuck? What are we supposed to do here? There's no hook to grab onto. He's not gonna do it, Rick. He's not doing it. I tried convincing him, he won't do it. There's nothing nearby. Okay, well that's bullshit, but... Alright, Kyle. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? I have a red potion, dude? Oh, I didn't know that. Fucking drink it up. Go, baby. Purce, please. I can't figure out the puzzle. What do I do? I would assume you need to use this box, but it will not let me push it, so... It just lets me go on top of it. Maybe with the gold. Okay. I'm gonna need you guys to clear out gulps because none of us, including myself, have been paying attention to how many I've actually taken. So this is number 2. All right. Well, one of your parents' opinion doesn't matter, Rick, because they're literal psychopaths. But all right. What? Please, someone, I beg you, figure out this puzzle for me. I'm stupid. What is this? How do I can't call him from here. All right, dude. Can I push these maybe? No. They've got like the same design. I accidentally jumped on top of one of these earlier. We're just not strong enough to pick this up. That's... I was just saying clear them all out because I'm not keeping track and I need to keep track. Thank you, Kyle. Just accept them all. Do I need to bring in a statue from the previous room? Can I do that? Can I bring in a pot? No. You know what? I bet we do have to bring in one of these because there's so many extras. Should I refund that guy's ban? I mean, I did do it. Yeah, yeah, I guess. Maybe we should make it not my mods. You are such a fucker. Maybe we should make it not mods. Anybody else? Because I kind of need my mods. Baby streamer, please chat, solve this puzzle. Alright, dude. Okay. Alright, dude. I'll fucking figure it out myself. Or just not me. Alright. Alright, good toss, Link. Damn, it respawns quick. I don't think we can get that up here. Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah, I like that, Kyle. Fuck. Dude, I really can't solve this puzzle. It's irking me. I think I remember this being kind of tough. Like, there's something specific you had to do with these. Or the bot. Yeah, you can ban the bot so nobody can gamble. Didn't Rick get banned? Yeah, Rick did get banned. But it's supposed to be for like a whole stream. Yeah, you got a refund. Because we didn't have we had never done it, so we didn't have rules for it. Usually we learn by we usually learn in this stream by just doing things and fucking them up at least once. How the fuck do I solve this puzzle? I'm stupid, dude. I can't figure it out. This thing doesn't move, but it wouldn't be here if there wasn't some use for it. Can we change the wind? What if we blow some wind on it? Can you bring a jar with you? I'll pin me, you and Rick. A jar. Oh, no, it won't let me. It won't let me. It makes me throw it at the door. Kyle has so many points. Kyle, buy a gulp right now. I'll do 3 every time you redeem one, Kyle. How about that? All right, are we at 0 again? I need to keep the reward queue in a thing. Whoa there! Hold your horses, Link. I just put the controller down. Yep. Dude, I put the controller down for 2 seconds. Calm down. Okay, yeah, they're at 0. Cool. So that didn't do anything. What if I'm on the same level as him? Will that let me control him? Well, shit. It's the hardest Zelda puzzle I've ever fucking done. Where's Jackie at? Jackie would know this. Yeah, you gotta be able to possess him, but like, whenever I go up here, it's like you can't. Maybe, I think I did it. I think I did it back on the platform. Maybe that's too far. I do remember this, and there's like, I think you have to get one of these statues up here. I think that's honestly the solution, because I remember this being hard. Maybe, like, you have to put a certain amount of them on here. There's a way you can get the platform high enough to where you can get one up there. Because I think you need one of these. Even though that room looks like it's set up to where you would use whatever. The whatever shit. Maybe this one goes higher or something. All right. Do I have Sonic Adventure 2 on my sub list, and has anybody picked it? I had to have put it on there. I've been kind of craving that game. I love Sonic Adventure 2. Oh my god. All right. There's something you can do in here. I think you have to get one of these. That's why there's 4 of them. How the fuck? See, but Link can't throw it that high. I want to play Sly Cooper again. 3 sucks ass. Does 3 suck ass? I'm honestly really pissed. I'm gonna have to figure out what to do about PS2 cords. I have to order some online, and they're like fucking $15, and I'm like, what if that doesn't even fix it? 1v1 me City Escape, dude. I used to be so fast at that. That would actually, Matt, that would actually be a good stream. Matt, we should do that. We should do a stream where we race Sonic Adventure 2. That would be really fun. I would actually love to do that, because me and you probably played it about the same amount. That'd be a lot of fun, and that's actually really funny, because like that is like one big thing I remember about Matt. Is I remember we were hanging out at another friend's house, and he like knew Sonic Adventure 2, like he was playing it, and I was like, oh my god, you know Sonic Adventure 2? Because I fucking loved that game. All right, I mean, see this, I don't think this can go any higher. All right, unless I can put one on there. There's some trick to this. I remember it. I remember this section. Completely and utterly for that. I just like, that was one thing that I remember. I was like, yo, I like this Matt guy. he knows Sonic Adventure 2. That would be a really fun like co-stream idea though, if me and you raced it. That'd be really fun. Sonic Adventure 2 isn't on the list. Really? I own it. Why would I not put it on there? Maybe I don't know where my copy it. No, it's probably in my, here. Let's look through it right now. It's got to be in here. Mario Kart Double Dash, Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time, Four Swords, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. It's right fucking there. Why would I not put that on the list? That's kind of weird. Let me go add it. Why would I added Sonic Adventure DX but didn't add Sonic. That's so weird. Maybe I you know, whenever I made this list, it was at my old apartment. So I wonder if I had Sonic Adventure 2 there, because whenever I moved here, I brought like all my games. There we go. Wait, maybe make it even. Where did I see that? Rich Hobo. What's up, Rich Hobo? Yeah. Maybe so, but why? All right. Unless I'm blind. No, it wasn't even there. I don't know why. Okay, so they're even. But the thing is, I just need to get one of them up there. Does one of them go higher than the other or something? I think you just have to put 3 on there and then... See, this just doesn't go high enough, because he's not going to be able to throw him up there. I don't want to look this up. I really don't. Link can't make it, boys. Gulp it. Yes, dude. That would be such a fun stream idea. What day? Friday and Saturday and Sunday, but like every off I'm free all those days. Okay, cool. Sorry, Wyatt texted me. Oh my god, dude. Fucking grab onto it. Wyatt wants to play through Resident Evil. He's gotten the itch for it. He's never played all the way through them, and oh my god. He really wants to play through it. So he's been texting me back and forth. BRB. Take care, Rick. See you soon. See, like, can this go up higher, maybe? No, it doesn't go up any higher with 3 on it. Can you control these? Okay, you can't. What am I missing here? Maybe you know what? I might just be thinking of how you get Link up there in the first place. Maybe you don't need one of these. Oh my god, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm a Smirnoff drinker. I can't do beer because I'm a fruit, but lunchboxes are a different story. Dude, lunchboxes are great. Dude, I don't care what you drink. I've got some friends. Fucking Gabe wouldn't drink a beer for like the first 2 years I knew him. Lunchboxes are good though. 354 hours. God damn, Gabe. All right. I think I've lost faith in my own brain. I'm gonna have to look it up. Mr. Peer Pressure? What do you mean peer pressure? I just said I don't care what you drink. Can I blow this off maybe? No. The fucking Link W, dude. Here's a good Link W. We should make a Link W for every Zelda game we play. I did that one while I was playing Ocarina. Just make a collection of them. So like, Switch. Oh, dude. Oh, that's good. It's like a Gasm face. No, it's black and white. All right, somebody take a picture of this for me. That'll be our Link W for this game. Goldbergs? Yeah, Wyatt. I was just talking about you because I looked at my phone. I was like, oh, Wyatt messaged back. All right, that doesn't count. No! All right, I need... Please, dude, I am so stupid. I can't figure this out. It's driving me insane. I fucking am so dumb! I'm so dumb! Pearl, chat is saying fucking Kyle made one stupid comment, all right? I don't even know where he got it from. Look, nobody's cheering me on for figuring out the puzzle. It just took 30 minutes to figure that out, guys. Come on. This is what I was thinking of. You have to figure out how to get off of it. I love that fucking sound, though. Alright. This is what I was thinking of. Thank you, Kyle. Wow, dude. I'm cheering you on, bro. Pug. Yeah, Slice. What's up? Alright, you just finished downloading? You can't play it without me now, Shane. Now I have to help you play through it. Thank you. Unpog. We did it. Why are you unpogging me? How dare you? If he can't do it, nobody can. Wow, thanks, boys. I only had to beg you to do it. No, I really needed I needed a Purce, Brian. Stop! No, stop spamming, please! Alright, here's what we gotta do. This is what I was thinking of. You need to just put all of them over there, and then... Is this one, like, really heavy? No. Okay. After stream, are you gonna be awake and wanting to play at 2 a.m.? It'll be 3 a.m. your time. Shane, you're always like, let's play something after stream. And I'm like, dude, you're gonna be fucking tired. You're not gonna want to do that. I'll trim your nose hairs? What? Alright. Dude, the beans. We made them too low now. I hate this. Alright. It's alright. We gotta remember that the channel points, you get them because you're supporting me. Peach or barf? Ugh. Ugh. It's so bad. Oh god, the more you chew it, dude. Oh god, the more you chew it, it just gets worse. Yesterday we stayed up till 5. True. I'll do it after stream if you want. What type? I got barf. I've had 2 good beans today. It was amazing. Then they just kept redeeming them because they hate me. Ugh. So bad. The first one I got was fucking strawberry banana cheesecake, and it was so good. Or strawberry banana smoothie, my bad. That shit was so good. And then I got fucking birthday cake after. Yeah, it was peach, Pearl. Really hate peaches. What you all right, here's your Streamly allowance, Shane. God, dude, he's really making my wallet dry. And then you threw it all up. Basically, from my taste, that's exactly what just happened, Gabe. Oh, dude, look at that. Alright. You guys gonna tell me that this game isn't fucking beautiful? Look at this shit. This is so fucking cool. I want to use that for something. Like, use that for some sort of art. That's my aesthetic. I love that. This game is fucking beautiful. And this shit, this is cool shit. Oh shit, is it the rapture or what? That's what Link's thinking. Oh, okay. New room. This should be easy. Wait, can I get some coins? Maybe Pearl. Pearl, didn't you? Pearl, you should have a motherfucking load of them. I'll give you 5K, alright? You should have a mother load of them after you donated that much fucking money to me, dude. You insane man. But I think you gambled them all, didn't you? Van Cleef. You know what Shane said to me last night? We were in the middle of a conversation. We were talking about streaming and shit. He was like, yeah, but you know what? You're a great streamer. And I was like, don't say that. And he's like, you are. He's like, you're a fucking awesome streamer. It hit me in the heart. Shane never says anything nice to me. I'm gonna cry. Oh, you only have to do it once? Okay. Maybe, Kyle. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna fucking do about it, Kyle? You gonna come over and hug me? You fucking better. I'll hug you back. What the fuck? Why is this? Oh, do we have to kill these? Why are they evil? They've been so nice to me. They're both fucked. What, bitch? I fucking blew your crystal asshole up. Oh my god. Indiana Jones and the crystal asshole. Oh my god. Ah! Damn, Kyle 1-upping me. 3-upping me. Ah! Gabe, you playing Overwatch or Siege? Oh, you said comp. That means you're playing Overwatch. Oh, God, dude. It's time for Helmarock Boy. Oh, come on, man. What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Ah! I don't like that sound. You're a fucking dummy. I don't like the sounds you make. Well, this guy's fast! It do be like that. Yo, for everybody watching me, dude, I'm just feeling generous tonight, alright? Can you give to all? Give all? How's that work? Give points to everyone in chat. I just like people who hang out whenever I'm playing Zelda, because I feel like maybe it's not interesting to everyone. I don't know, I know a lot of you guys just hang out with me no matter what I play, but I don't know. Whenever I play Zelda, I feel like I have to be more thankful for some reason. Cause Zelda's like, I feel like Zelda's like my guilty pleasure. I don't know if other people like watching it as much. Give points plus M. Can I do for all though? Points add plus viewers? Points add plus viewers? 5K? That's not a thing. Oh. Why'd you time out Shane for 100 seconds? What'd you do? What did he do? Nick, what's up, dude? Welcome in. How you doing, buddy? Okay. I mean, and that's why I'm no longer welcome at the all-you-can-eat bakery. I mean, hi. Be nice to Shane. He's just like you, Kyle. He's mean to me, but then every once in a while he'll say something really nice. He's just like you guys. How the fuck do I give points to everyone in chat? Is that a thing? Give points to everyone in chat. Streamlabs chatbot. You fucking bitch. Rick is better in every way. Kyle's been doing my my cues though, and that's pretty big mod dick energy. Currency commands. Okay, let's see. I think there's some more. Oh, okay. Oh, this is cool. Plus viewers. Okay. So have a lot of issues. What is this person doing? I don't know what this person is talking about. Oh, they're talking about the Twitch currency. Oh, God. My lag so bad? Really? Bro, you won, you dumbass. Pearl just yell at the bot after winning? This XM, what the fuck? Can use... What the fuck? What the... What? Why is this so hard to find, guys? Can someone find this for me? How do I give points to everyone? See, like, if I went give 1,000 all, it's gonna give all 1,000. You know what I mean? It didn't even do it. No, wait, give all 150. See? Give wait, plus viewers is what people are saying. See, that's so dumb. I want to figure this out. Give everyone 100. Fuck you. Give Purce alcohol. Go ahead, redeem some gulps. I'm fucked up on that squirrel song, dude. That shit's that's pog. Rick, thank you for screenshotting link W. What'd you send me? Is this what you want? Yeah, Rick, perfect. That's exactly what I meant. That's exactly what I meant, buddy. You got it. It worked? Wait, what worked? What are you talking about? The 100 coins to everyone thing? Oh my god. Does this actually work? No, it doesn't. Oh, god damn it. That's what I thought you meant, Wyatt. Alright, well, apparently I can't reward you guys. Sorry. Thank you for watching me play Zelda. This is my little passion project. I won't be able to sub this month. I'll gift you one, buddy. I know you're gonna have problems paying your bills and shit. I'll gift you one. I'll pay for your sub. I'll keep your fucking streak up. MTG solid with the raid. What the hell is up, dude? Metal Gear. How you doing, brother? What were you playing? Oh, Rick, you really... Rick, alright. I got it. Don't worry. Guys, MTG Solid's fucking awesome. He's playing Doom 3. Nice, dude. He's fucking awesome. He's rated us a bunch, so... Yo, easy, Shane. Welcome in, MTG. How you doing, homie? That's a Captain Retro. I was gonna say, that's Captain Retro. I didn't even have to click on it. I've never seen that emo, but I could tell it was him. I actually met Captain Retro at TwitchCon. I didn't know him at all. Alright, alright. Shoot him! Beautiful shot. Alright, sick. First person shooter Zelda at this point. I didn't know you could just walk around and play the game like this. I ate an 11-inch pizza in 3 minutes today. Ah! Okay, okay. I almost picked it up. Beautiful. You're a sniper with that bow? Those are easy to shoot. Look how sad he is, dude. I just encaptured this poor man. Why'd they make him sad? Well, you're an 11-inch asshole. Jesus Christ. Alright. Oop! Shane said oop. Oh wait, that's the boss! Oh, Pog. Is safe from the coronavirus? Hell yeah. Good shit. Alright, this looks fucking sick. I have to pee. But this looks baller. I don't really remember this boss. He's in a jar. Oh no, dude. No, that's why he's sad. He fucking knows what's coming. Oh god. And Link also knows what's about to be coming. Alright, I'm gonna pee. All right. We've taken our bathroom break. I took a few bites of a breadstick I was supposed to eat whenever I started my stream, and it's sitting here and it's cold, but it's still good. All right. We are back to this beautiful sight. We also, I think, had the consensus that we're not going to reset the bathroom breaks every stream because nobody's really checking the bathroom breaks at the end of the streams. The end of the streams, I'm usually asleep and they're done. So we're just going to do them for 2020. See how many pee breaks I take in 2020. How about that? All right. This arena's pretty fucking cool. You can create Messiah in Persona 3. I haven't played any Persona games. Chosen one. Pee pee poo poo pee poo pop. It's playing like some fucking Half-Life sounds right there. The sound of me turning on an elevator. Oh, right. He doesn't have a name? Oh my god, dude. Easy. Woo-hoo-hoo! Hello. Whoa! All right, dude. Bum. He doesn't have pants, really? I mean, yeah, I mean, he doesn't really have pants in this game either. It's a tunic and then little tights. So I feel you. Oh my god! Oh, and you catch on fire down here? Holy shit. You get electrocuted. Oh, the game's losing frames. Fuck, fuck, fuck! No, no, open. Beautiful. All right, all right, all right. Well, oh fuck, I'm out of arrows. Okay. the game accounted for that one. It really did. He does have proper bow technique, you're right. Rule of threes, Nintendo. Let's go. You gotta clean up them frames, Curb. Oh, chosen one. What will now come to pass is tied to your fate, to the path you have chosen. It should have taken us way less time. I got stuck in that one puzzle because I forgot you could fly with the leaf. Bum, bum, bum. That should be one of my 1,000 alerts. Heart container. Fuck yeah, we got 6. Let's go. Yee, boys. Jam with my dick out. What is this? Oh, this is on top of the tower. Okay. Huh. Ah. I love you too, Kyle. My little man. Oh shit, is this part? Oh fuck. I didn't think we were this far yet. You've done well, Stinky. It would seem the gods have acknowledged you to be a true hero. This does not mean your trials have ended here. You want to build this in Minecraft? This would be a cool thing to build in Minecraft. The tower's really neat. And it's like pretty easy. Once you take your first step into the world beyond the ring of light you see shimmering in the waves below you, your true trial will begin. Animal Crossing made me forget how to draw. Are you ready, Stinky? Shit, dude, I didn't know we were this far yet. I forgot this happened after Tower of Gods. I mean, there's a lot of the game left, like a lot. But I guess I just forgot this happened so early. We're going underwater, boys. This is probably my favorite part of the game. I don't know that I said it on stream because I didn't want to spoil anything. But if you guys didn't know how Wind Waker works, we're actually in Hyrule. This is what would have happened if Hyrule was flooded. So Hyrule is all underwater. And the reason Wind Waker is 90% water is because it's Hyrule just flooded. It's really fucking cool. Probably wondering where we are, aren't you? Fortunately, there's not enough time for me to explain it to you now. Once you're able to strike down Ganon with the item you obtain in this castle, all will be made clear to you. Trust in my words, see what awaits you. Yeah, so it's all like black and white because we're like in we're like in this bubble underwater that Hyrule Castle's in. So fucking cool. Like I said, this is one of my favorite parts of the game. Kyle, hurry back. I want you to see this. This is my favorite. Look at this shit. It's so fucking cool. Wet roll. Alright. Yeah, this is... I love this fucking part. Oh yeah, it's like frozen in time too. Honestly, Kyle, yeah. That's exactly what this is. Oh, you've okay. Really? I didn't know if you had ever watched this game before. Yeah, this is the coolest shit. I love this. Hey! I need to listen to me for a moment. The item you seek is in this castle. Dude, this little puzzle's hard, I remember. We're searching what you must do. You'll find a clue in the shape of the heraldry. So, Triforce? Wait, can we go ahead and push this? Oh no. I'm not ready for big brain puzzles, guys. No, 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 no. Jesus. Stop! What happens if I push like on the right side? Okay. Something. Okay. This might not be as bad as I remembered. Just a lot of pushing. Why are you saying stop? All right, that's not bad. Oh, stop! Oh, no! This is my hiding spot. Big brain boys. Easy puzzle. Fuck yeah. It's fucking time, lads. It is goddamn time. The Master Sword, baby. Can you pass me the toilet paper? What's up, Aggie? Oh no. Ba -bum -bum -ba -da -da. More Link to the Past music. Ocarina music. Oh! You got the Master Sword, the legendary blade with the power to repel evil, once wielded by the legendary hero himself. Hey, that's us. Yo, Spiritual, thanks for the host, dude. Beautiful. There's some cool fucking murals. Yeah, dude, look at these. I get it, Crab. I'm not a skinny fucking 120-pound man. You gotta call me fat every time you see me. Oh my god, I'm in love. Sorry, dude. Dude, this is all... Oh, it's all Ocarina of Time shit. I remember why I love this area now. I loved it because of the Master Sword and that plays a little Ocarina tune, but it's all just Ocarina of Time shit. There's fucking Raru. Maybe that's just King Hyrule. It's, oh my god, dude. Oh my god, jerk off Ocarina of Time some more, please, dude. Gamble all, damn it. How you doing, Spiritual? Nice to see you, buddy. I'm just joking, bro. We have a good time. Alright, this is a lot of boys. Alright, dude. I don't think there's really much to do. Alright, yep. Oh, you have to kill everyone, I think, to get through that. Oh my god. Oh! There we go. You tired out of boxer, dog? Or you just playing around with him? That's cute. Jesus Lord! You guys do a lot of damage. Oh, dude! Did you... Alright, first off, I think he hit him. Oh, whoa, they look like cats. You fucking idiot! Oh, I had a fairy, I thought I was dead. I forgot I just got a fairy. I want to kill someone with the big sword. It's actually like kind of worse because it's so big. Alright. Alright, dude. Alright, fuck that shit. Alright, now if we die, that's bad. Dude. You suck. Go away. Alright. I'm in focus mode. Ah, I pressed B instead of A. All right. Beautiful. Literally 0 armor. I'm pretty sure you have to kill everyone in here and then that door will unlock. I don't think that even hurts him. Just knocks the weapon out of his hands. Which, I mean, he can't do shit after that, so... Oh, apparently we hadn't... Oh yeah, skull necklace? We haven't gotten that. You idiot! Dies immediately, yeah, pretty much. Fuck you. Yo! Brandon, what are you doing, dude? Hey guys, it's me. He's so fast on it. Yo, Brandon, thank you for gifting a sub to fucking Slice. What a welcoming man to get it. What a perfect man to get it. My old man Slice. Thank you so much, Brandon. I'll drink to that, buddy. Bah, how you doing, homie? Bah, I begged for Jackie earlier because I was stuck in this puzzle for like 30 minutes. And I was like, where's Jackie? I need Jackie. I could not figure it out. I finally figured it out, but it took a long time. I was just small braining it over here. Oh, there's a guy. Beautiful. I think there's some upstairs as well. Jackie's smart with these games. I know. I was like, where's she at? She would know how to solve this. Oh god, yeah, there's a lot of these guys still. Alright, can I just... Fucking idiots. I can't see! They're gonna kill me! Holy shit! Every time I call somebody... Look at this guy! He's lost! He doesn't know what to do without his weapon! Is he running? But for the first time ever, so Zelda games, they have like a... I mean, they just have their normal mode. And then some of the HD ones, they added a hero mode where you take double damage and then hearts don't drop. So like you have to heal by using potions or fairies. But fairies are really rare. So we decided on this one that I would do hero mode just to make it a little bit harder. And it honestly makes the game really fucking fun. Because you just gotta watch what you're fucking doing. You gotta actually play safe and stuff. As I'm doing this. But like I've actually had to use my shield and stuff, which normally you just don't even fucking use. There's no point. Alright. This guy is on my ass, but I keep like almost game overing. Got half a heart right now. Alright. What are you gonna do with no sword? Oh, you're gonna block is what you're gonna do. Woo, he kicks! There we go. See, like, there's no hearts in any of these. It's always an item or something. Those big things look so dumb, dude. Their bottom lip moves independently like a bear, and it creeps me out. Do bears' lips do that? I don't doubt that. That's my first time gifting a sub? Well, fuck, dude. Thank you so much. I fucking appreciate it, Brandon. Seriously. Thanks for always hanging out, homie. It's a pleasure to have you here. Kung fuck you. Watch a bear's lips sometimes? Now I'm scared. Or sometime. I'm terrified now. Yo, we can't do anything here, but we're gonna go look at it because it's cool. Oh, Kyle, you're back. Good. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a big barrier there. You can't go past it right now. Doop doop. Man, I wish I could just... You know how much time you'd save in day-to-day life by just rolling? If you could roll like Link does. Do the speedrun strat? Yeah, where I build speed with the hook. I don't know how they do it. It's crazy. Skip fucking 90% of the game, Shane. Alright. I went in there. It's crazy. Preparations are complete. You must return to me so that we can return by the same path that brought us here. This time has come to save your sister from her prison. Oh, we have to go back to Forsaken Fortress. Oh no. I don't know that I'm ready for that. I guess I am. Alright, map. Forsaken Fortress, where was that at? It's down here, right? Maybe it's up here. Oh my god. There we go. It's top left. So northwest. We already have the wind set exactly where we need to go. You can roll like roll like Link, but with mini concussions. At least I would. No, I think we'd all get concussions from that. He's got some slick rolls, dude. All right, we're back on the water. We did a dungeon. We got the Master Sword. Now it's time to just go on the water for 20 minutes. You know, watch 24 before bed. Just want to stop and say, hey, yo, Ba. Dude, I always appreciate it. Ba, have a great night, dude. Enjoy 24. I know you and Jackie always watch 24. Enjoy it, dude. Big brain, baby. Have a good night, Ba. Alright, Cyclones, not a big fan. Ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Na-na-na. Ba-ba-da. 24. If I put time into it, and if I was shorter, I could roll like Link. Alright, so I see treasure right there, but I'm not going to go for it because it's so out of the way. We can't focus on that right now. We need to focus on getting to this fortress. Which I might die at as soon as we get there. Wait, can we warp yet? We haven't gotten the warp song yet, have we? How do you check your songs? Dude, this isn't even a working thing anymore because Miiverse is canceled. So this whole menu is just worthless now. That's so sad. Alright. Smithy, what's up? Pants and sod. Yep, that's Smithy. He's taught to me when I was learning karate. Really? You guys learned how to do like really good somersaults? See, what is that? I kind of want to go over to that. That's not Windfall Island. What is this? Is that Windfall Island? It looks so small. No, it's not. Holy shit, that is Windfall. All right. We can't go there right now. That's way out of our way. I can't believe how small that looks. Wow. Yeah, but like, damn. Wow. It looks so small until you get right up to it. Crunchy sock boy. All right, dude. The crunchy socks. I am not SR. What are you SRing right now?
Get your towels ready, it's about to go down. Everybody in the place hit the fucking deck, but stay on your motherfucking toes. We running this, let's go. I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. Everybody look at me, cause I'm sailing on a boat. I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. Take a good hard look at the motherfucking boat. I'm on a boat. Fucking take a look at me. Straight floating on a boat on the deep blue sea. Busted by night, wind whipping out my coat. You can't stop me, motherfucker, cause I'm on a boat. Picture trick, I'm on a boat, bitch. We drinking Santana champ, cause it's so crisp. I got my swim trunks and my flippin' floppies. I'm flipping burgers, you at Kinko straight flipping cabbage. I'm riding on a dolphin, doing flips and shit. The dolphin splashing, getting everybody away.
No! I clicked the wrong tab. Steve, gotta thank you for that gold. Gotta thank you for that gold. I was like, what is he sending me? Spiritual, good night, dude. Sleepy time, someone give me a hug. Hug, Spiritual. Sleep well, man. Alright, there's Forsaken Fortress. Why'd you put a sad face? It was good. We're almost to Forsaken Fortress now. Cut it early. I'm sorry. Never thought I'd be on a boat. It's a big blue watery road. Poseidon, look at me. I'm off to bed. Good night, my sweet friends. Good night, Steve. Love you, man. Thank you so much for hanging out. And that's the most I've ever heard of that song. Really? No more bad boat song. Don't call it bad. That's a classic. Alright. Let's get over here. Love you, Steve. Poseidon, look. Oh my god! Alright. Alright, I can stop it there. I had to let that build up go for a second. I had literally just unmuted. I didn't know you could take damage from that, dude. I was just gonna hit it for fun. God damn it. Where is this? No! Stop shooting bombs! Oh, thank God. It's right there. Jesus. I was about to be pissed. All right. There we are. Poseidon! Look at me! Whew. I don't know, Rick. Run a few by me. What do you think? Oh no. All right, well, we're going Hey, put the sail down. We just gotta cruise now. I don't remember how you get in here. Maybe nervous, yeah. In awe? Yeah, I like that. I like that, Kyle. I like me looking at like, holy shit, that's a lot of games. Alright, we can't open that. Yeah, or like a ooh, you know? Like what Kyle said. Dude, I thought that was the way in. How the fuck do you get in here? Oh, you know what? I forget that we have this. Aha, bitch. Stop firing. There we go. All right, back to the beginning of the game. There you go, Rick. We have the Master Sword. It shall shine in the darkness. Oh yeah, don't we fight fucking Phantom Ganon from Ocarina of Time here? Ah! We can do all sorts of shit now. Here he is! Does it play the song from Ocarina or is it new? Okay, it's new. The spotlight's gonna get me, dude! Oh, they can't throw me in jail anymore? Alright. Oh, it's kind of a remix of the Ocarina song. That's cool. Wii tennis. Holy shit, dude! Oh, come on. There we go. $40 love. Do 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 do. That's the music Scott play right now. I just whooped Matt's ass on expert. Da-dang, da-dang, da-dang! What the fuck is happening behind me? Oh, sick! Yeah. I love this fucking item. I'll put it on Y. It's time for your daily flattening, honey. All right. There's more of ya. Oh my god. Play Matt in boxing, you won't fucking win. I know I won't. He's good, dude. Good meme, mate. Thanks, brother. No! Just get me through here. They're just infinite spawns. We're playing all the Zelda games on stream. That's the idea. Diesel, you might not have caught any of these because like it takes me so long. Oh my god, it takes me so long to get back around to it. But this has been the plan for a long fucking time. It just takes me for fucking ever to get back to playing Zelda. In every single one I beat, Diesel, I put up a poll and you can pick, like I'll pick like 5 games that I sound like fun to play. Out of the ones I want to do, like there's a few Zelda games that you're not going to see on there for a long time because I really don't want to do them, such as Spirit Tracks on the DS. But I will put up a I'll put up a poll every Zelda game I finish, and then you guys can pick out of those which one I play next. Okay. I would be doing so many sub games during this full-time shit if my PS2 cords worked. I need to play Sly Cooper for Shane, and my PS2 cords aren't working. Oh god, fucking whatever those things are called. Leave me alone. Oh, we need to fight Helmer Rock King. Oh, great. Is this considered a dungeon? Like, do we get a heart at the end of it? Because this is kind of a whole ass dungeon. Do I need to mail you my PS2 cords? No, I just gotta fucking... I can play Ape Escape anytime. Oh, shit. I have Ape Escape at the ready. Just PS2. Yo, is this the Windbreaker? This is it, dude. Look at it. He's got a nice green one on. He's also given neck constantly, and I don't like it. Ape Escape, I'm ready as fuck to play. I got that all set up. I have to buy PS2 cords, and they're like 13 bucks, and I'm like, is that even what's wrong with my PS2? Maybe I should show you guys what my PS2 looks like. I don't know what the fuck happened to it. I think it's these dumbass cords I have. Oh my... Link, stop, dude! It's getting worse! Look at him! Dude, I don't know why Link is just blowing air dicks the whole game. Alright, we gotta stop. What's up, Paseo? How you doing, man? I don't think the train was a bad thing, but it's definitely a down trade from the boat. Right. I've never played Spirit Tracks. What I'm gonna do, Smithy, is I'm gonna use my drawing tablet to play it. It'll be fun. Epic. Every single Zelda game I play the hell out of the games and then I stop for a long time. Yeah, I know, I feel you. He looks like a pukey. Yeah, he does. What's the problem? Every Batidin. What the fuck are you saying? How was Jackbox 6? I say it was fucking awesome. What did we play the most on 6? We played Trivia Murder Part 2, and that was fantastic. I love Trivia Murder Part 2. We played some other games on it that were really good, though. I just don't remember what. That stand-up comedy one I really liked. Everybody was like, I don't know, because like everybody was worried about being funny. Trivia Murder Part 2 is really, really good. Bowser's Inside Story? I've heard that game's great. I don't want to upset everyone in chat, but I've never played a Mario RPG all the way through. I've played Super Mario RPG for like an hour. Can I go in there? But I think it's one of my sub games. Bowser's 4 Adventure. I am going to be Switzerland. Alright, well I can't get in there. I might drown. Kyle, don't joke about that. He actually probably would. Play Thousand Year Door now. I know, dude. A lot of people tell me to play Thousand Year Door. I think Gabe has it. So technically I could put it on my list. God damn it. Gabe, don't you own Thousand Year Door on disc? I think Gabe has it. I don't know why. Yeah, why do you own that, Gabe? I'll put it on my sub list because Gabe will let me borrow it. I'm cool, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Let's go see. I'll put it on my list because Gabe will let me borrow it. Game QB. I don't have, dude, I don't have any of my GameCube games on there. I don't know why. Let's see. Mario Kart Double Dash. Well, that's not, I'm not gonna put that on there because like it's just not a good sub game. Twilight Princess. Well, I took all the Zeldas off because I'm playing those on stream anyway. Sonic 2. Kirby Air Ride. I don't think that would go as a sub game either because it's a racing game. Super Mario Sunshine. Super Mario Strikers, that wouldn't go as a good one. 007 Nightfire? I'll put that on there, dude. I love fucking Nightfire. Tony Hawk's Underground I can put on there. Alright, you know what? Let's add... I don't know how. I didn't put Tony Hawk's Underground on there. Tony Hawk's Underground GameCube. Okay, and then what was the other game? 007 Nightfire. I love 007 Nightfire. I don't know why I didn't put that on there. 007 Nightfire. Okay, throw that on there. And then I have another case of GameCube games sitting in my desk, so let me pull these out too. These are my less good games though. Like, it doesn't have all my good ones in it. Sonic Adventure 1, Need for Speed Underground 2. I'm not gonna put that up as a sub game. A series of unfortunate events on the GameCube. Oh, dude, I'm not putting that on there. Rocket Power on the GameCube. Sports games. Yeah, I put most of my sports games in there. All right. So really, I only had a few to add. Yo, Insane. What's up, dude? Wait, I didn't even add fucking. I didn't even add the game I wanted to. Gabe has 1,000-Year Door, so I'll put it on there. All right, it's lagging a bit. All right, that would be above Pokemon Coliseum. Damn, no one's picked Pokemon Coliseum yet. There's so many good sub games in here. Okay. Kirby Air Ride, holy shit, I miss it. Yeah, Air Ride's great. It's just not a good sub game because I mean, like, it's a racing game. Panzer Dragoon Remaster is out. Nice, dude. There's a dim out for Bravely Default 2 as well. Cool. It's a cool guy game. Explains why I have it. God damn it. 2 to 5 if Gabe told you no? Huh? Sonic Racing, no. You know it's a good guy game? Guy game. No, dude, the guy game? Nightfire is my shit. It's also, yeah, I know it's how you jailbreak your PS2. No, it's Agent Under Fire that you jailbreak your PS2 with. Nightfire is so good though. No, wait, Agent Under Fire. Yeah. Toy Story. I don't have any Toy Story. Well, I have Toy Story Racer on the PS1. Okay. Percy, my boy. Sports. Yeah, I have like a lot of sports games in there. Insane redeemed a gold classic. RE6. All right. I'm gonna plan RE5 with Barley soon. He's kind of knee deep in Doom right now. But it only takes one night and we can play RE5, and then I'm on to RE6, and I have Ba, and I think Barley was gonna do one of the campaigns with me, so I have 2 people for the campaigns. Reboot was gonna do one with me. Hopefully he still will. Madden 08. Dude, people love Madden 08. What is that? What does that mean? Is that fucking Scott the Waz? Doesn't he like Madden 08? Person, I knew the same shit. I got mine broken, but it won't read disc. Yo, Dan, that's exactly what happened to mine. My PS2 is fucking jailbroken with the Agent Under Fire shit, and it won't read discs anymore. Like, it just started doing it, and I'm kind of fucking pissed off. So I guess I just gotta download all the games I want. What if I switch my sub game to the Insane Trilogy? I don't own the Insane Trilogy, so I can't play it. Wait. Oh no, I do own the Insane Trilogy. No, don't, please. I beg you. It'll read legit discs, but not my physical ones? Huh. Scott the Waz, yeah, he really likes Madden 08. Why Madden 08? Yeah, they suck. I actually do own Insane Trilogy. I don't know if I have it on my shelf or if if Gage has it. Gabe, why does Gage have so many of my games and we just like, he's like, oh, I don't know, I don't have any of your games. I bought the Insane Trilogy for me, Gabe and Gage though, technically. I might still have it sitting over there. I just hate Insane Trilogy so much. There's 40 copies of We Play, right? We Play, dude. I'm glad we have some Wazers in chat. If not, I have it. I think I might have it. I just forgot because I care so little about the game. Voice crack? Probably. Alright, we went the wrong way last time, apparently. Ah, there's shit to smash over here. Smashes! Ow. Scott the Wasker and Linus Tech Tips. Oh god. Why even comparing those two? Ow, you're such a cunt. Scott is our inward. Wow. Alright. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, that rat just committed suicide. No, this is such a fucked room. This room sucks. Jesus Christ. Okay, I can't even get up there. Insane, really pushing boundaries here. But there's a chest in there. How the fuck do you get in there? There's no hole to crawl into there. How the fuck do you get in there? Excuse me. I'm doing my first energy run. I won't be able to talk for a couple hours. Good luck. Good luck, Shade. He's fucking pulling it off. Don't get soft lock, buddy. I'm praying for you. Oh, is there a button? There's a button. I knew it. Oh, that's a reference to something? He said, you're my N-word? Sure. Jesus Christ. Okay, I didn't know that reference, insane. Yikers. Sure, sure. Oh, I'd love to watch that now. Gonna take a bath with my drawing tablet? You better fucking calm down, Rick. Rick, this baby rage is too much sometimes. You better not, Shane. That's like 40 minutes into the run. Shane is learning how to speedrun Sans Undertale. It's pretty cool. What the fuck? We're just supposed to get to the top again, right? I don't remember where the fuck you do that. It's supposed to be like a box down there to give you a shortcut. Rick, then don't draw right now, dude. Just hang out. Just chill. The Zelda thing isn't necessary right now. I just thought of it and figured I'd let you know. Don't freak out about it. Can I make that jump? I'm gonna go ahead and say no. Alright, well, fuck my ass. Follow rage. Dude, Shane unfollows me constantly. He doesn't like me. Ping! Oh, if you get caught by the spotlight, they send those guys down now. Classic. Bad streamer. Alright, dude. I don't know why I did to deserve that. Gabe, can you ban Shane for me for like just a second and then you can unban him? Open. Okay, good luck. Excited to play R2. Yeah, dude. I'm 100% down. Final warning. Good luck on the run, Shane. Dude, how the fuck do we get over there? Are you guys seeing this fucking dog shit where they don't have things to swing on anymore? Why'd they take down their lamps from the last time I was here? This poor guy. Look, I can't get up there. This is fucking dumb. What'd he say? Wait, this is good, right? I thought this was... No, this is bad. This, questionable. Alright, let's go over here. Do your run, idiot. It's bully the straight white dude. Yeah, that's pretty much how America works. This is America. Alright, for a second, I'll see if I can DM you the clip. Yeah, please do. I mean, I won't watch it on stream, but I would love to watch it. It sounds hilarious. Why the fuck? These little fucking imps, dude. Da! Yes, poggers! Suck me off, little blue gremlin. They're not even blue, they're green. I don't know what I'm talking about. I still gotta figure out RE Outbreak multiplayer. I've played it, it's fucking great. Except I played it with Barley and he already knew fucking everything about the game, so it was kind of bad. Cause he's like, what are you doing? And I was like, what do you mean? I've never played this! He's like, hurry up, get to the door! And I'm like, dude, I don't know what to do! Barley was getting pissed at me and I was like, dude, I don't know what to do. It's really fun though, if you can get it working, Akron. It's really not that, well, I would say it's not that bad, but also I did have Barley send me all the files and he knew how to set it up already, so I shouldn't say it's not bad. Alright, someone add that for Matt, please, dude. I should VIP Matt anyway. Why not? Give him a diamond. He's a pal of ours. A pal of mine. That I need to actually fucking make plans with. Shane, stop saying that. I mean, Matt, you're fucking always here. And plus, you're like one of my buds already, so. Fucking go. Go. Link, please, dude. Yeah, we did. That's true. But fuck, we gotta do it. I don't know. I feel so bad. I'm so bad at making fucking plans. And I have the free time on weekends to do it. I'm just such an introvert that I don't make plans with anyone. You guys see me hang out with Gabe a lot, but that's also because Gabe is also an introvert and we live next to each other. So whenever we hang out, we can just sit and not do anything. We're comfortable with that. Damn that Doom Eternal. I haven't been talking to Barley a ton. I got to talk to him for a little bit the other day. I know he's playing Doom Eternal and, well, I don't know what he's announced, but he's working on a lot of stuff. I don't want to say anything because I have insider information. Saul, thanks for the host, dude. Absolutely. Playing the Legend of Zelda game that everyone at the time didn't realize they wanted. That's actually true, Twap. How you doing, Twap? Nice to see you, man. Yeah, everyone hated this game when it came out, right? A quirky BuzzFeed introvert? Alright, I'm gonna need you to shut your mouth. I think I just went through all these doors like a million times, like back and forth. I don't know what to do. What was up here? This was just that, okay. Holy shit, calm down. Alright, I'm not remembering how to get through this fortress now. They unveiled it and people wanted to, yeah, exactly, Kyle. It's so unfortunate, it's so sad. I mean, Twilight Princess is really fucking good too. It was the art style. People were like, what? Do I have any new VIP powers? Okay, so you can message as many times as you want without getting timed out. You can spam now. Please be careful with it. I'll let you do it this once. You can type whatever the fuck you want a million times a second. Normally you're able to add quotes, but for some reason the bot it was kind of broken, so I may just, oh no, wait, quotes you should be able to. It's just shout outs. You just can't shout out. You can add quotes now. That's what made me think to VIP you. With great power becomes great responsibility. I'm some kind of vert, I know that. Dude, I've had full money for so fucking long. Alright, we're just gonna run through the entire castle and hopefully eventually I get to somewhere. I think I see where I have to go, but I can't get over there. God, oh my god, I'm stupid again! I'm so dumb! I did it again, guys. I forgot about a fucking mechanic in the game. Marin, I need you tonight. I forgot about the mechanic again. I know exactly how to get over there. Marin, I got stuck in one room for 30 minutes because of an item that I forgot that I had. Oh my god, dude. Alright, alright. Turn slowly. That's okay, Insane. I can check that too. Alright. So, this dude! God damn it! How do I always forget that I have that? I'm so annoyed. Forget everything you knew about how the game works, Fortress. I'm stupid again, dude. Okay. So this is all new. Nothing in here I need to do. I keep forgetting about the leaf that you can fly with it. I normally just use it to blow like enemies away or whatever. So this is exactly where I needed to be. I'm so annoyed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was a mistake. Oh my god, dude, now I've done it. God damn it. All right, whatever, dude. Just go back. I tried skipping a corner. I tried skipping a corner. It didn't work. Oh, there's a chest right there? Yeah, the Deku Leaf is sick. Kyle, god damn it. Stop. How'd your bed break? Oh my god. He used his Kekona magic and fixed it? Wow, he actually did something nice for you for once? You should have been like, man, my bed broke, but the only way to get it fixed is to have a solid internet connection. And then he probably would have said, well, looks like you're gonna have to sleep on the floor with a blankie. Alright, let's try this again. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Oh my god, I got lucky. Yeah, man, we're playing this game on hero mode. It's actually like pretty challenging. I like it a lot. Isn't it powerbomb? And so we're instead of my girl, they say my boy. Wait, what do you mean? My girl gets sad. My boy gets sad. Wait, which one does it? What do they say? Right. They are, yeah. Right, they are. Keep your controller out of your pants. Oh, they switch it back. Oh yeah, they switch it back and forth, don't they? I was gonna say, both of them sound correct. Yeah, I think they say it both times. Yeah, they're very bisexual. Love that band, dude. It might alternate. Matt, do you know that band? My girl gets sad. Everything I do makes a man. Yeah, we just showed, well, we showed chat that band. Oh, is it me and Gabe? Oh, yeah? Oh, dude. We were talking about how sad it was that they got all this controversy and shit. So God, so many fucking bands have to deal with that shit now. It's crazy. I'm feeling like the son of my dad. Ugly Cherries is such a phenomenal album. Me and Gabe, oh my god, me and Gabe were jamming to that album for a long time. Oofers, what the? All right, how do I get rid of this, dude? Where are these even coming from? Stop! Will this break you? No? Oh, it's the, oh my god, it's this. Wait, can I do this shit? Dude, I'm so close to shooting him in the head. I don't think it'll let me. So as long as he can see me, then they're gonna keep shooting bombs. I feel like you could make it across if you got lucky. Alright. Dude, you're so fucking annoying. Alright. Yeah, Rick, me and Gabe were obsessed with that album for like a while. I'm surprised we never told you about them. Markars, my man. What's up, buddy? How you doing? All right, we just have to turn off this spotlight. We're good. Power Bomb's colorful gay angle gives them a unique feel. Definitely. Oh, dude, I just love that band. They're so good. It sucks because, like, you can't really listen to their newest album. Because the second they released their newest album, they got, like, I don't even know what charge. I don't even know what charge to say. It wasn't like, oh shit, we can go on that? Oh no, wait, you need a box. It's like a, I wish I had Dairy Queen stuck in my mouth. Same. Alright. Yo, Kanish, did my ray go through? It didn't pop up again if it did. Kanish, dude, always fucking raid me. We can still shout you out and we can still take your word for it. But Kanish, I don't know why it never works. It worked last time, mate. Kanish, thank you so much, dude. We shouted you out. Thank you, yes, shout him out many, many times. Why didn't, what? Hello? Here, I'll do it again. Marin, thank you. I don't know why it didn't work. You know what I think it is? Now that it's mod only, it has a 1-minute cooldown. Let's turn that off. There we go. I had it because of VIPs. But I can't set shoutouts to VIPs anymore because it breaks. Like, it lets just anybody do it. It's so broken. There you go. I fixed it, though. Rick got it already. That's okay. Thank you guys for shouting out Kanish. Kanish is fucking awesome. Guys, you should follow him. How's Kingdom Hearts been going, dude? I know that's a long fucking game. I think I went around the wrong way again. Just did the first super boss. Nice, dude. You know what's crazy is, like, I don't remember like 90% of Kingdom Hearts 1 or 2, but I played both of them all the way through. Oh my god! Talk about oh my god! Talk about luck. That was the only time we needed it. Jesus. It's frustrating looking at their comments because all of them believe in those allegations, yeah. Saying there's proof. Once you ask them where, they'll get defensive. Yeah. Where's the proof? And they're like, well, yeah. Yeah, it sucks. You know what the problem is like, there are allegations and shit like that are true, but then there are also like these fucking like 16-year-old girls that will ruin entire lives just by making shit up. I've seen multiple times where they ask them like after the fact and they're like, oh yeah, I made that up to get popular. It's like, Jesus Christ, these crazy like young chicks, dude. It's fucked up. All of that for a drop of clout. Exactly. Yeah, man, they ruined that entire band because of that. I mean, it could be true, but I don't know. Kyle, that makes me even more mad. So what happened is this band was gaining popularity. Their first album was like an indie release on Spotify, and it was really, really, really good. And then they got a record deal, and they were releasing their first album on Spotify. God damn these guys, I hate them so much. And the day their new album went live, somebody came out and spread all these like huge allegations about them that sounded like super real. And then their album got taken off Spotify the day it released. It got taken off like every platform it was on. I got to listen to the album one time through, and then it got taken down. And then after that, everyone's like canceled. They're canceled now. But then later on, they like way later on, after nobody cared about them anymore, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, these allegations were false. It's so fucked up, dude. It sucks. Canceled. What is Link doing? I believe the Weinstein allegation. Right. The Weinstein shit makes sense. That man definitely was doing things he's not supposed to do. Dude, I gotta tell you guys something fucking funny. Like, Gabe pulled out his phone. Whenever me and Gabe played like Animal Crossing for 12 hours the other day, Gabe pulled out his phone. He goes, man, Weinstein sure is just getting fucked. And then I said, what? It said, there's this news article. It's like, Weinstein confirmed for coronavirus. And Gabe was like, man, this guy just really is fucking up everything. We were like, God, that guy sucks. Yo, Chunga, what's up? And then you hear cancel culture doesn't exist. Right. Jesus. What's up, Chunga? You got arrested? I mean, there's something to that, right? No, I believe Weinstein did what he did. It was just funny because Gabe's like, man, this guy's just getting fucked left and right. I was like, dude, he kind of is. He deserves it, though. So won't open that easily. Damn. Yeah, no, Matt, guys, if you don't fucking know, Matt is in a band. He's been in it for a long time. The inner Matt is Inner Outlines. We'll have to listen to them on stream sometime. They're like a fucking punk rock band. They're awesome. I don't know if you guys consider yourself that, but I've wanted to go to one of your guys' shows for a long time. I've just never gotten myself to fucking get out and do it. But Matt is in a band called Inner Outlines, and they're fucking awesome. Purce name drop my band. Yeah, dude. Am famous. Oh, whatever. Acting before you think, as usual. But Matt's the lead singer, so if you listen to the band, you'll hear Matt's voice. I swear, do you even realize that we had to draw that monster bird off for you? It was about to come flying in here after you again. Oh yeah, I mean Dwap right now, very hard. What? He isn't even looking at her. That sword. Where did you get that? Are you? Is this even possible? How could it be? Well, never mind about that. For now, we'll just take these girls. I'm sure their fathers back in time will pay a handsome reward. Errol! We got our sister back, boys. You remember that was the point of the game? So sorry to interrupt such a heartwarming reunion. But isn't there still something you need to take care of? Right. The bird. If you're worried about your sister, don't be. I promise I'll deliver her safely back to your little island. End scene. Game's over. Roll the credits. Normally, I'd expect a huge reward for something like this, but this time, it's my treat. Your brother still has some big things to take care of. Big grown-up things. He'll be back soon, so you just wait here. But big brother... Miss Tetra, we have to hurry. The bird will be here any second. Gonzo, excellent. You're just in time. Take this one for me. Huh? But she's fine. Just do as you're told. What? But she's what? A small child? Fucking little awkward wave. You should play through World of Horror? Yeah, I heard about that. Stinky, we'll be back. I swear it. Yeah, the idea of World of Horror sounded awesome. It's like a horror, sounded awesome. It's like a horror RPG, right? But it's like a point and click, isn't it? I don't know if I like that so much. I'm not very good at those. As much as I respect them. Oh, fuck. Alright, Helmarok time! Alright, boys. Alright, let's get up this shit. Fuck you. I'm not fighting shit, dude. No! Oh my god! He's breaking all this shit so I can't use it. And you have to use the grappling hook, but if you just go fast enough, you don't gotta fuck with any of it. Speed struts, boys! Damn, this is cool. This is actually cool, like speedrun shit. If you just go, you don't have to use any of the grappling hook things. This is sick. Come on. Dude, Kyle, you need to stop getting these 1.75 mil bashes. You are doing them like every other minute I look over. You've got to have like 50 million at this point. That's OP, the hammer? Oh yeah, it's the Skull Smasher. See ya, buddy. Lol JK. Yeah, it should be. You're right. Alright. I don't remember how to fight Helmarok. It's been a long time. Put your head down. Oh, that's how. Poor guy. Jesus, I'm just breaking his head. Is this the beginning or the end? This like a little like halfway point through the game, if even halfway. It's like maybe 35% or 40%. I don't remember. I've only played through this game once, so. Final boss. No, it's not the beginning though. You come here in the beginning of the game, but then you come back. Oh wait, shit, right! I forgot about the fucking spikes. Fuck you. This is the second visit, Kanish. It's only the second. Hello? Yeah, I know. I haven't played this since the HD remake first came out, which was apparently 2014, so it's been 6 years since I played this game. Woo! Will you come land down here, please? I don't know what you're doing and it's scaring me. Alright. Dig your head into the ground, little man. No, 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 no. Ow! Spikes, they hurt. Does he not put his head into the ground anymore? Uh-oh, dude. I think he's getting smart. Ah! That surely hurt him. Just use your sniper. Yeah. If it's like a Resident Evil end boss, and shoot him with a rocket launcher. I'm back with cookies and cream. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, that probably does fucking hurt. You're right. Alright, how do we get him to bite? There we go. Do it again. Holy shit. That's so mean. Link, you're kind of a dickhead. Woo! Right here, big man. Roll, 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 roll. Cat. Purse, favorite and least favorite ice cream flavor, go. Favorite ice cream flavor, cookies and cream. Least favorite flavor, mint. They count this as a dungeon, I think. This plays whenever you beat a boss, so I think we get a heart piece from him. Sick! It isn't pixel hunting point and click, you click prompts and stuff like that? Okay. Oh, okay. I'd probably dig that then. Anti-minter, just not ice cream, I don't know. Ooh, look at the feathers falling. It's really pretty. God, what a good game this is. Alright. Acceptable, you passed. I like vanilla and cookies and cream. Those are my favorite ice cream flavors. I probably eat vanilla more than cookies and cream, but cookies and cream is so good. I owe Matt a gulp. Oh, fuck! Alright. It's been a while, boy. You've done well to sneak into my fortress and wriggle your way all the way up here. I suppose the least I can do is commend you for your reckless courage. My name is Ganondorf, and I'm the master of the Forsaken Fortress. Your fortress sucks. By the way, boy, when you drew that sword of yours out of its pedestal, did you by chance notice how all the monsters frozen in time down there suddenly began stirring again? I understand precisely what that means. I highly doubt you do. Foolish child, while that sword is indeed the blade of evil's bane, at the same time it has long played another role. It is also a sort of key, a most wretched little key that has kept the seal on me and my magic intact. By withdrawing the blade, you have broken that seal. He's very big in this game, Rick. He's a big goofy man. You guys have been so good at follow timing recently and sub shit. Yo. Alright. Let me read that one out. Megatino, thank you. Or Megatin0. I'll call you Mega. Mega, thank you so much for the follow, dude. Welcome in. You cannot defeat me with a blade that does not sparkle with the power to repel evil. What you hold is useless. Ugly motherfucker. Go back to the world below and tell that to the pathetic fools who made this blade. You're so edgy, Ganon. Thank you for the follow, Mega. Its power is gone and its edges are dull. Hey, bitch. I'm Tetra. Oh, whoa now. Stinky, get up. You pathetic little sea rat. Princess Zelda? What are you talking about? I don't know any Zelda. Feigning ignorance will gain you nothing. Tell me, if you're not Zeldan, why do you have this fragment of the Triforce? Dude, the first time I played this 6 years ago, I shit my pants whenever I fucking was seeing this shit. I was like, no, what? That makes so much sense. Hey, the Rito! Holy shit, Val looted? Just catch us on fire, dude. Jesus Christ. What's up, Frank? How you doing, buddy? Ay, Dorito. Valu's really funny. He's a big fat boy. He can barely fly. It's alright, Stinky. She has merely lost consciousness. Dude, hell yeah, Frank. That sounds like a good night, dude. Your sister escaped the Forsaken Fortress of the pirates. You can relax. She's safe now. Lord Valu, you arrived not a moment too soon. We are deeply grateful. Hylian speak. I'm aware of this. Yet I thought our first priority should be to separate these two from Ganon's grasp. Hylian speak. How's your wind, bro? It's waking. What's up, Nooblet? Before the world ends, right? Right. The world isn't gonna fucking end. It's awakened. Ta-ba-da-da. Stinky, I'll explain things later. Now we must return to the world beneath the sea. Here we go, guys. You know I don't think that. I know, Frank. I know you don't. You're just like me. You aren't freaking out about anything. Oh, you mean what is not a Gnelf or a Gnoblin? I fucking lost my shit. Oh, ow. Stinky, you're alright? What is this place? Hey, Ganondorf, what happened to him? I'm just chilling, babe. I got a badge, Purce. A certain badge. What does that mean? Frank, how many bits have you cheered in here? What, Dude, I don't know what it is, man. I think I'm just enjoying streaming more since I'm doing it full time. So I think I'm letting out like the really hard laughs now. I haven't even been hanging around Barley. I haven't been talking to Barley like at all. Frank, how many of my emotes do you have? God damn, I have so many now. I don't know how much you've cheered in here. I think I'm just letting out my laughs like super hard because I'm really enjoying streaming right now. On RA, you 200% in Mario 64? I thought you were talking about my Twitch emotes. Fucking hell. I mean, probably, Marin. I do look up to him a lot, you know? Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of things where you start to act like people that you love. Frank, did you see my new bit emotes? You did? Oh, you completed it. Okay. I'm asking you questions at the same time. Okay, so for people that haven't seen it, I gotta show you. The first one's done by Rick. If you cheer 1K bits on my channel, you get Purse clean. We always say clean whenever we're speedrunning. Joey! Oh, my handsome man, Joey. Dude, thank you for using your Prime on me. You didn't have to fucking do that. Oops, I didn't mean to click that. Joey, I love you, dude. Thank you so much. All right, so if you share 1K, you get Rick's clean emote, which we always say, ooh, that was clean whenever I'm speedrunning. This is a new core emote, so everybody that's subbed can use that now. But if you cheer 5K, you get Rage Birthday, classic Purse joke. And then for my fucking big spenders, for everyone who's cheering $100 in bits, you get Purse money. So the new emotes, I fucking love them all so much. They're all so good. I gotta say, thanks to Marin for the birthday emote idea. Of course, Marin was on top of that. I had the money one in mind, and then the big brain one. I don't know. I think we kind of all decided on that one. God damn it, Mooey. Stinky, what are you doing? Joey, thank you so much. Dude, Joey, go, maybe I should put my sub list in that. Joey, if there's any games on here that you like grew up with or you'd really like to watch me stream, let me know on that list right there. Just tell me and I'll jot you down for it. Yeah, Marin, see, you've got it. Oh, I'm glad you have it, Marin, because that's basically your emote. Drink up, baby girl. Oh, naff. Oh, no. Joey, thank you so much, dude. Love you, man. You must come down to the room where you got the Master Sword. All right. Who's using that stone? Who are you? Stinky and I are the only ones who can speak through this. How dare you use what's not yours? Your name is Tetra, correct? You must come with Stinky to see me at once. Do I get to pick one or what? Yeah, Curb, if you don't have a game on my list, you can pick one, dude. Tetra's following me. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, I'm in love. Look at this. Oh my god, she's stuck. Get out of the water, dude. Dude, you got it. Look at Naf go. Dude, you can yell at Naf, Marin. Here, yep. Oh, there you go. You did. All right, let me up, please. Okay. That's how this got derailed. Yeah, no, don't worry. I won't let that happen again. It wasn't even gulps. It was Frank and Tormy, and it was because I let people pick chugs. That's what derailed it. I think I've become a better streamer since then too. I won't say terrible things on stream when I'm drunk anymore. I like upset multiple people that night because of some things I said, and I was like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it. All right. Muted? We're about to get to a really cool part of the game. I have to pee so bad, that's why I'm shaking. I'll be back. Oh, what a banger. All right, guys, get your dance emotes ready. Enjoy it. I'll be back in 1 minute. Okay. I am back, and I think I'm ready. Yeah, I don't know, Matt. Like, are there like a bunch of cops? Like, how many, dude? Can I just change my sub game to a stream of Die Bad? You want me to do a casual playthrough of Die Bad? I don't want to do that, dude. You could, Mooey. What do you want me to play, Curb? I forgot I was going to sleep. Night, guys. Yo! Aki, thanks for hanging out, dude. Get some good sleep. Cheers to you, buddy. Full screen. Alright. Mods. How many drinks do I have? Any golfers? No! You should have just peed in the ocean. You're surrounded by water and there's no Zora in there. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Just pee in there. As long as I don't have that chemical that turns it blue. 13? I think 13. Okay. Nice. Alright. I hiccuped in the middle of it. That hurt. That's true. This is the ocean. Making a bad decision while watching? What's a bad decision? Uh-oh. Man, that's so scary. I think I'm gonna pop. Oh, shit. What is Rick doing? Frank, I had pizza. I reheated pizza, but it was as soon as I started stream, so I was sitting in my starting soon, just putting pizza in my mouth, and it was taking too long to eat, so I was like, if I can eat it later. Alright. A stick and poke? Don't do that. Actually, don't do that. I won't talk to you for a day, Rick. Don't do it. Alright, clear out the gulps, boys. Are you the one who's speaking through my stone without my permission? This stone is an enhanced version of the gossip stones long spoken of in the legends of the Hyrulean royal family. I am the one who made it. You made it? The royal family's gossip stone? Sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't do that, Kyle. Or Rick, don't do that. Have neither of you heard the tales? Yeah, man, this is my favorite part of the game. Oh, yeah. This is my favorite part of the game. Tales of the kingdom spoken of in the legend of the great hero, the place where the power of the gods lies hidden. This place where the two of you now stand is that kingdom. This is Hyrule. Bum, 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 bum. And I am its king, Daphne's no Hansen Hyrule. Daphne's fucking lol W. Stinky, do you not recognize my voice? Indeed, I am the one who got you here. I'm the king of Red Lions. There's no need for me to reveal my true identity to you so long as that blade, the Master Sword, could defeat Ganon. I found a workout page on Instagram that stole gay fetish for— what the what? Kyle, why do you just say these things in chat? But now both of you must listen to me. Lil WW. Once again, this land of Hyrule was turned into a world of shadows by Ganon, who sought to obtain the power of the gods for his own evil ends. My power alone could not stop the fiend, and our only choice was to leave the fate of the kingdom in the hands of the gods. The gods heard our pleas. They chose to seal away not only Ganon, but Hyrule itself. So, with a torrential downpour of rains from the heavens, our fair kingdom was soon buried beneath the waves, forgotten at the bottom of the ocean. Such a cool story for this game. Yet all was not lost, for the gods knew that to seal the people away with the kingdom would be to grant Ganon's wish for the destruction of the land. So before the sealing of the kingdom, the gods chose those who would build a new country and commanded them to take refuge on the mountaintops. Those people were your ancestors. Hundreds of years have passed since then. So long as Ganondorf was not revived, Hyrule would remain below, never waking from its slumber. Tetra, come to me. This necklace you wear is part of a sacred treasure called the Triforce of Wisdom. Hell yeah, baby. Which has been passed down for many ages within the royal family of Hyrule. Yeah, this is all Hyrule, Marcus. This is Hyrule if it had been flooded. That's why there's so much water. So it's Hyrule is all underwater. It's fucking cool. Your mother passes down to you, instructed you to treasure it and to guard it with your life. Am I not correct? The legend of Noah. The Triforce of Wisdom is none other than the sacred power of the gods. Time has come for me to teach you the fate into which you were born, the very reason that you live. Here we go, guys. Oh! They use lots of Link to the Past music in this game, Markers. It's really good. My fate. You're the true heir of the royal family of Hyrule, the last link in the bloodline. You are Princess Zelda. She's not punk anymore, blocked. Holy shit, Tetra was Zelda? Marin, have you played this game before? I didn't know if you're... because a lot of people say that. Honestly, whenever I played it, I was like... Obviously. Okay. It's such a cool thing, though. Like, I mean, like, at the same time, you're kind of like, all right, she's probably Zelda. Gabe probably doesn't know that. I'm gonna say that Gabe probably didn't actually know that. Tetra is Zelda. A little saucy wink. I actually didn't know. The pirate Tetra is Zelda. Gabe hasn't played any of these, so Gabe's only played like the demo of Wind Waker. I haven't beaten that yet. Spoilers, dude. You're confused, aren't you? I suppose such is to be expected. I know the OOT spoilies. Well, I mean, I played it on stream, so everybody who watched me should know, but Sheik is Zelda. But if you played Smash Bros, you would already know that. But there's a lot of shit you don't know in Ocarina of Time still, Gabe. Welcome back, Rick. I don't want to be a princess. I just want to pillage and plunder the booty. Stinky, I'm sorry that you have been caught up in these events, and I'm sorry I keep calling you Stinky. But now that it's known that Tetris is Princess Zelda, again we'll be searching frantically for this child in an attempt to get the power of the gods. Gabe, this is where the game gets fucking awesome, dude. I love Wind Waker. Like, whenever I tell you Wind Waker is one of my favorite Zeldas, I love this game. It's so good. Stinky, I need you to lend me your strength in this dark hour. I have a suspicion about what has caused the Master Sword to lose its power. Hell yeah, Sticky Note. One of the best, man. Wind Waker is so good. It's so good. How's my celebrity crush doing? Oh my god. And that's the best part of the game once Tetra is Zelda. You're just like, oh my god, finally. God damn it. I haven't done the auction yet, Marin. Can I do it now? I didn't know what point I could do it. She gains like a foot on Link. I know, it's really funny. You know why I like Twilight Princess? Because it jerks off Ocarina of Time. That's why I like Twilight Princess. All it does is just masturbate fucking hand job Ocarina of Time. Like, it's so good. It is the exact same formula as Ocarina of Time, just updated. There's the same amount of dungeons. It has the same setup. All it does is play Ocarina of Time songs throughout the entire thing. It does have weak spots, you are right. It has a lot of weak spots, but it is good. I love Twilight Princess. Luckily, this place is not yet known to Ganon. It is my wish that you wait here in hiding. Oh yeah, fuck. She just has to sit down here. You really like Skyward Sword? Frank, people just really shit on that game. I honestly, I almost want to do Skyward Sword next, but I actually don't know spoilers to Skyward Sword, so nobody tell me anything. I've never finished it. I've only done the first dungeon in Skyward Sword, which takes like fucking 3 hours to get to. It sucks. But I do want to finish. That is why I did this project. I think Skyward Sword, Frank, I think Skyward Sword was one of the main reasons that I started the Becoming a Legend thing, because I really enjoyed it, but I was like, will I ever find time to play this? No. Also, there's just a lot of 2D ones I want to play, and obviously another reason I want to play all these is because I love these games so much. But Skyward Sword, I really do want to play all the way through. I want to beat Skyward Sword. Oh, absolutely, man, that'd be awesome. I think it's happened to you and your poor sister. It's all my fault. Oh my god, he went from colon D to fucking anger. Yeah, man, I'm gonna play. I have it on Wii. That's what I'm gonna be playing, so. Yeah, he did that, and then he did. He switched right over to angry face. It's really funny. All right. Oh yeah, spoiler. King of Red Lions, the boat. He's Hyrule. He's King Hyrule. King of Hyrule. It's him. I don't know if they say that later. The fact that the Master Sword lost the power to repel evil suggests to me that something has happened to the sages who infused the blade with the god's power. He's Mr. John Hyrule. There's the Wind Temple to the north and the Earth Temple to the south. 2 temples to see what had happened. Okay. Ganon seems to have erected... Oh, my. Some sort of magical barrier down there in Hyrule. Each temple should have another entrance. Okay. Mark them on my sea chart. Yeah, baby! You're my favorite part of the game? Wait, what's your favorite part? His eyes being silent along a wall, right? Haha, like a penis! He's got super shifty eyes. Dude, Link is very expressive in this game. I gotta say they nailed that. I gotta see if we can go back and gamble now, Marin, because the fast sale is a game changer. So I'd really like to have it. Do you know the legend of the Hero of Time? That's me. Once long ago, he defeated Ganon and brought peace to the Kingdom of Hyrule. A piece of the Triforce was given to the Hero of Time and he kept it safe, much as Zelda kept hers. The sacred piece is known as the Triforce of Courage. Hey, that's mine. The Hero of Time was called to embark on another journey and left the land of Hyrule. He was separated. Said that at that time, the Triforce of Courage was split into 8 shards. Oh, great. I don't know where they are, but this much I do know: they lie hidden somewhere in the Great Sea. Very good. The things that lie hidden in the depths of the sea? That's honestly the worst part of the game, is finding all the Triforce pieces. You need more than just 500 rupees? Really? How do you get a bigger wallet? You're not even at 4 yet, are you? Wait, 4 what? 4 weird? What are you asking me, Kyle? I don't even know if you're talking to me or if you're talking to Rick. Oh. We have a few treasure charts. We have Nehru, Furor, and Din's pearls. Okay. So as I've said a bunch this stream, I just want to tell Marin, because I don't think she was here yet, I stopped using the gamepad to play this game because you guys can't see the map and shit on the gamepad. So I started using the Wii U Pro controller because I want to be able to show it all on stream. That's the worst thing about the Wii U, is it's impossible to stream that fucking little screen, you know? Mark, what the fuck, Markers? Wow, what have you done? 14 million bash. Oh my god. I don't know what you guys have been doing lately. I do like my top 5. Casual. Big money. We chillin'. I'm glad you guys can chill while I play this. I'm having a lot of fun with this tonight. I always have fun with Zelda, but I'm having a lot of fun tonight. This is great. I'm a WinRAR. I open files. I really want to be able to warp, which normally you have to go up to like a cyclone to do. I feel like we should have that by now. The Markers Sage yet? Oh wait, we haven't gone and done that. Can we? I don't think we can do that right now. I think you have to do it whenever you're doing the Triforce hunt. Makar, yeah. I made that joke. I was like, yo, Markers, it's you. You're in a heckin' good mood. You can tell, Markers. I'm just enjoying this, dude. I am enjoying it. In the forest, yeah. I don't know that we can do him yet. I honestly, I don't know what the fuck to do. Wait, is this Windfall or yeah, this is Windfall. All right, we can try to do the auction thing. We'll see if it works. I might stream longer than 2 a.m. tonight. I know I shouldn't do that. Well, no, I told Shane I'd hang out with him. I'll hang out with Shane. In 2 hours, maybe I'll think differently. I'm just saying that because it's 12 and I have a lot of energy. The OG Korok. We're gonna go out and talk to this. Just race on stream? True. No, he's playing RE2 for the first time. I told him I'd love to help him. Because he said he played it once and he got confused. He didn't know what to do. Wait a second. Can I like talk to him? I don't remember what to do here. I don't think this does anything. Oh, you gotta throw out bait. You gotta throw out bait. I remember. All right, bait bag. Ah, beautiful. All right. Didn't you want a VC one of these days? Yeah, I definitely do. I want to wait till like a weekend or something, a day where I don't have to stream. Because the days I have to stream, I get really unorganized and I barely get all my shit done right before I have to stream. I fought away all the police. You're safe once more. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. I don't know why there's so much police outside of our building. I think a lot of the people living in my apartment building are doing dumb shit. Yeah, Mui, I do want to. I want to do it during a weekend, but I really don't know how to like get a hold of everyone and find good times. Link trying to imitate a cat? Pretty good. Holy shit, you're talking a lot, man. What? I don't even know what's going on. What? Am I supposed to shoot you? What the fuck? Okay, I was wondering why he was talking so much. It's because I have to do some wild shit here. Beautiful shots. Shit. All right. We're yelling and fighting. Oh, so it was outside of the building. What's the deal, Fry? You can only hit me 7 times? 70 rupees. Dude, I'm already full! God damn it. You're literally worthless to me. Are you guys... Oh my god, are you guys ready for Craigasms in chat whenever we hear this next song? Windfall Island music? Oh my god, I lost. Bum, bum, bum. This box is really excited. Da, 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 ba, ba, da, da. What the fuck? Postage due is 201 rupees. Sure, dude, I'm not spending on anything else. What the fuck? Oh, the Triforce shards and Triforce shards. I want you to use it. They're my favorite kinds of items. Oh, cool. Fucking Link W, I'm pissed. You are not gonna get a Purce Champ tattoo. I told you not to use DHL. Our Windfall Island may be a little cozy, so to speak, but people from all over the world come here. Why, just walking around having a look at things is quite fun. Alright, nerd. It's a potion shop? Mom will see you. I'm sure Mom would be honored. Shoe jelly here. We don't have any more fairies, do we? No. Okay. Rick, it was a meme. You're not actually doing it. Stop. Alright. Is this auction going on yet? Because I really want the sale. Fortunate Son starts playing. God damn it. I don't know when they do that, Marin. I shouldn't maybe look it up. What the fuck is the command? Was it? I think it's exclamation point quote space add space and then you type the quote. You actually want to get Lair Statue from Barley's album? Wow. Damn, you should tell him that. It happens at night? Okay. Yeah, it's like that. Okay. Look, it's Mario. Wonder if the Rito postman has already come today. Wake me up inside! Dude, we have so many joy pendants. I'm gonna give it to her. I'm gonna give it to her. All I think of when I see this lady is Bud Cave. There you go. That's how it works. I can go to page 2. By the way, if you don't know why I said that, Mom is short for Man Over Mars, which is who made my emotes. Except for one. I have one I have one emote from Pixel Flicker, and it's that one. That's Pixel Flicker. All the other emotes. Okay, well that's from Pixel Flicker. This is from Rick, and then these ones are all from Man Over Mars. No. I put that one twice. These are all Man Over Mars. Yeah. Shut him out. He's a great fucking artist. And also, I got to meet him whenever I went to TwitchCon 2 years ago. It was awesome. That should be a command. Yeah, I don't know why. I'll give it you. What can I do for you? We need to talk. I know I may look a bit flashy for a teacher, but I assure you I am one. 20 years? I've been teaching children this island about true joy. Okay, you need to talk to Ivan. They're such troublesome little boys. They're probably gonna be a dick to me as well. I need my own like shoutouts for people. Let me contribute. You want an emote slot, Kyle? Kyle, you could be my 25k 25k cheer emote. There's only like 4 people with it. What is that? Yo, there's just one hidden in there. Purse beat. What the fuck? All right, are you guys seeing this? You should recruit Rick. Dude, what the fuck is, what is happening? Alright, I have to show you guys this. I'm so confused. What the fuck is this? Purse Money and Purse BD are like, what the fuck is this? Alright, I'm gonna send it to Rick and then I'll send you guys the Discord link. What the fuck is this? What are these last two? What happened to my emotes? What is this? Hold on. What is this? What? Who are these people? That's Purse Money and Purse BD? What the fuck is going on, dude? What is that? Who are those people? I typed in my emotes and it came up with those. I said it in chat. What are those, dude? What the fuck? That's a whole ass man. I sent the link, you guys. Jerp. What are those, dude? Are you all alone or what? You must feel pretty lonely walking around a place like this by yourself. What the fuck, dude? You better chill out. You stink, man. Wow, dude. I'm fucking over these kids. I'm gonna kill them. We ain't seen your face around here before, bud. You're fucking 4 years old. Yeah! Yo, bud, you got a problem with us killer bees, huh, do ya? Don't tell me it's that annoying hag of a teacher again. Oh my god, dude. Your name is Stinky, you're right. You came here to give us a talking to because Ms. Marie sent you, right? Tell us not to skip school, right, bud? Tell us not to be tardy, right, bud? Well, forget about all that. We're the almighty and invincible gang of four, the killer bees. You think we'd listen to a chump like you? I'm the fucking hero of time, you fucking dumbass kid. I'll tell you what, bud. If you want to challenge us to a competition, then we'll think about maybe listening. Do you want to challenge us? Fuck yeah. Yeah, can we just kick that fucking shit out of these kids? Your funeral, bud. The rules are simple. We're gonna go hide somewhere. If you find us, we're gonna run. You gotta try to catch us. Oh no, we won't hide indoors or nothing. We won't leave this island. Okay, if you catch all four of us, we lose. Damn, I don't remember doing this. This is fun. Right, Jerv? These fuckers, dude. Alright, where are these kids at? That looks like Zelda. What the fuck? Not really. A little bit, though. At least we don't have a time limit. Oh god, they're unionizing! Alright, they said we won't go inside. One of them's gotta be down here, right? Is that one of them in there? No, there's a pot. What are you doing, ma'am? You look like a curious boy. Did you know there's an island called Dragon Roost? Yeah, I've been there a few times. Alright. I'm not your bud, guy. I'm not your pal, buddy. Where are these little fuckers at? I got my sword ready to go, bitch. Dude, where are these fuckers? This island isn't that big. I see pots. Beautiful. I caught you, you little fucker! No, no, no. I rolled. What? I rolled right into you. You little fucking piece of shit. Fuck you! Oh, lame. I'll fucking kill you, kid. Love pulling out the sword in front of children. On a train in the middle of town? Do you actually know this information? There might be one over there. Alright. I think some of them are like upstairs and some shit. It's just weird that I didn't see any of them. Where are you at? One of them is in a tree. I kind of remember that. I do kind of remember that. There's one like up in a tree. Bum, bum, bum. I kind of want to roll into all of them now. Next to a ladder between two bushes. Okay. This one? Well, I have to find 4 of them, so I'm just gonna go up between everything anyway. Ooh. Ooh, God. Chill out. Okay. Next to a ladder in between 2 bushes. Oh, I see you! I saw you last second. You little fucker. What a jerk. Alright, I don't know what you're complaining about. You got the bomb shop one right. Now she's gonna run. Oh my god, she committed suicide! Jesus Lord. That's kind of fucked up. No! There you go. You're awesome. Wow, at least she was nice about it. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my god. Alright, there's one behind this, I bet. Yep! I knew it! Center of town, tumble into a tree. Okay. Oh my god, dude. They're all just pulling off some fucked things. Alright, dummy. She's probably just someone's kid sister who just wants to spend time with the boys, but her heart isn't in being a little twat. Yeah, I think I remember spending a long time on this final one, actually. You're pretty good, bud. Don't call me fucking bud. It's the middle of town. See, this is like... I'll just roll in all the trees. You said it was next to a ladder and 2 bushes, so... Shut up! Leave me alone! They're made of solid iron, right? Okay. It's not this guy. Don't give me any more hints, I'll figure it out. Okay, there's no ladder here, but... Oh! I thought he was gonna jump up that, and I'm like, no, you are not. Alright, you're the little fucker who made the challenge. You got me! I can't believe you found all 4 of us and you cost all 2. Talk about utter defeat. Looks like we lost our touch, killer bees. Maybe it's time we chilled out. From now on, we won't cause no more trouble. Take this. Heart piece? Nice. We need to apologize to Miss Marie for us. Why don't you go do it? Fucking idiot. What can I do for you? We need to talk. You did it, didn't you? You said something to those delinquents for me. I watched you all from the shadow Modor. You really are a dear. You fill me with joy. Alright, I guess I'll take that. One more thing, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody what? Okay. Are we we supposed to have the warping song at this point? Sounds like you apologized to Teach for us. And speaking of blood, did you know it's gonna be Miss Marie's birthday soon? Think maybe we should give her some kind of present? Aw. Don't be stupid, we're the killer bee. Oh, dude, don't be a dickhead. Yeah, but the Teach loves jewelry and junk. Joy pendants. Yes, I have a bunch of them. That's why I came here. No. He's just telling me where more of them are. I don't want them. He said when I climbed up the tree there was one. I don't see nothing's falling down, dude. Oh god, there it is. What is the point of these? Oh, okay. We hit that thing up in the tree. We thought, what the fuck, dude? These kids are something else. We're thinking of giving her a present, so it was good you finally got your hands on that. No way. Okay. Can you give it to Teach for us? Oh my god. Kyle, stop being a bully, please. Being a bully ain't cool, MK. I wish I was this man. Just what a fucking walk cycle. Look at him go. I love him, dude. All right, let's give her joy pendants. He's schmoving confidence. All right. When it comes to children, my eyes never deceive me. Someday you will grow up to be a fine young man. Well, do I have to give them to you? I have 13 of them. My dear, that's a joy pendant. Tell you the truth, I love jewelry above all else, and that is extremely rare and hard to come by. It's the hottest thing around. I find them all the time. I insist only on one. I'd actually like about 20 of them. Fuck! You know, I've been a teacher here for a long time. All right, dude. 20. She really does try. God damn it. I need 8 more of them. Shit. Well, maybe that counts as one, so maybe I only need 7 more. God damn it. These boots were made for walking. So anyway, taking strolls is kind of like a hobby of mine. I'm always moving, buddy. Do you think it's strange for a young guy like me to walk around so much? No. Well, whatever. I'll tell you one thing, because I take so many strolls, I know all the best walking courses in town. Take that little path beside the bomb shop. Oh yeah, he tells you about the secret path. Wait, did we ever learn the song over here? Because isn't there a song on this? Yeah, the one that changes night and a day. Did we ever even learn this? How? See, okay, is there a way to check your songs that you've learned? Because I don't think you can. I don't remember the songs, you know? Isn't it like dun dun? Yeah, it's that. Na na na. Why do we not have this yet? Oh. Damn, how did I forget to do this earlier? Right, left, down. Damn, I somehow forgot that earlier. Damn, I'm so mad. I forgot that like the very beginning of the game. Now bring on the night. All right. Alright. There you go, buddy. Why does my dancing do nothing to the skies? Why am I cursed? He's really upset about it. Alright. Damn, we have a fucking another postage thing? If it's 200 rupees again, I'm not doing it. Oh, it's free. Have you been, big brother? I'm here on the pirate ship writing you. Oh, that's cute. At first I was really scared, but they're actually all nice for pirates. Mr. Gonzo's a really big guy, but ever since Miss Tetra left, he's been crying like a baby. It's kind of funny. It's sort of sad, too. Nudge is a little strange, but nice, too. And as for Senza, his beard makes him look pretty mean. But he tells really cool stories when he gets in the right mood. Zuko's kind of weird, and Mako is pretty quiet. Mako immediately gets mad whenever I try to take his glasses, so I do that a lot. Hee hee. As usual, Nico is always fooling around. He won't take anything serious. Actually, he seems sad to not have you around anymore. Were you guys good friends? I helped them all out with their chores, and they actually paid me a little for it, so I'm sending the money to you. Oh, Pog! Thanks, Errol. Cheapskates. Yeah, that's fucking adorable. Alright. Gambling? Can we gamble now? Yeah, come on, do your shit. I ran out the first floor in order to run a nightly auction. Tonight's auction is about to begin. Yes! Alright, we need this sale. It's so good. I have to pee again, boys. I'll come back to you begging to gamble. Alright, well, listen. I gotta pee. All right. Relatable teenager posts. Why does that fucking calendar say March 21st on it? Have you guys seen this shit? That was like not that long ago. What the fuck? Underage gambling. I mean, I guess so, yeah. Now, you are completely fine with me not explaining the auction to you. Am I correct in assuming this? What the fuck? It says July 17th for me? No, it does not. Oh, if you're on mobile, it might be different. That speeds things up. Did you be saying July 17th on mobile? Yeah, it probably does. It says March 21st on PC. It says March 22nd. You're lying. Let's begin immediately. It's no time to dawdle. All right, boys, we're winning this fast sale. You like dawdle markers? I don't even want that. Yeah, I'm not spending. Fuck. Jesus, you guys calm down. It's a treasure chart. Let it stop. God damn it. I don't even want it. I don't want it. I literally do not want it. Nice teeth? What? Chance past average when you want a VC and work on stuff? Sure. 36? Dude, I don't want this. Cancel it? Like, I don't have to pay anything. I'll just let them get it. I think you have to go through a few and then eventually the sale goes up. Unless you have to win a few and then you get the sale. You are insane for paying that much money for a treasure chart. You're stupid. These guys suck. Gotta go. Thanks for the VIP experience. See y'all. See you later, Matt. Take care, homie. Love you, man. Like, yeah, like she's gonna get on a boat and go get some treasure. Right, Germ. Right. They're gonna do shit. 110. Oh my god. I don't want to vote. No. 113. Oh, good. It fucked up. Okay. Scalpers. Oh, you are not gonna go on a boat and find that treasure. That lady makes apple pie in her tiny cottage. Another easy victory. I don't even want it. All right. Dear people, thank you very much. Wait, is that the only auction you have tonight? No, 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 no. You gotta have more. I need the sail. We need a better sail for our boat. That's the only reason I came here. Yes, let's go. Give me the sail. Give me the sail. Let's go, boys. We need the sail. If they start voting for this sail, I will kick their ass. Don't tell me we have to win. All right, hold on. I'm gonna look up how you get the fast sail. If you have to win these, then that's annoying. All right, how do you get the fast sail? It's a new feature in Wind Waker HD, right? Right. You'll need to help Tsunari on your first visit by freeing Tangle and by buying the boat sail from Tsunari's stall. Once you've accomplished this, the auction house will be open to you at nighttime. When that happens, you can see how much time is remaining and make your bid accordingly. To win AIM, you just need to be the highest bidder. So wait till the last second and place your bid to win. Okay. Oh, if it doesn't offer what you want, press B to cancel and walk out. Apparently the strategy is to do 20% higher than what the max bet is, and it'll shock everyone, and then they can't vote for 10 seconds. Check your scanner! Jeremy, you know it'd be really fun? Actually, you know it would be not fun? If we got me, you, Gabe, and Gage together, and we beat Rain of Fire all the way through on stream. That would be quite something. What a bad game. Alright, fast sail, fast sail, fast sail. Alright, dude. It's a terrible game, Gage. I just think it would be funny, the fact that we'd play through it. Gage is out of country, right? He'll be here again one day, though. I'm talking in like 2 years whenever Gage finally comes back. You get Gage for like 1 week, Germ, and then he fucking leaves and moves to Texas again. We'll start SMHing my head if I don't see the sail. We gotta keep going till we get it at this point. Are you sure you can back out and still get the sail? I feel like you have to win everything first. But I'd be down. I know you would be, brother. Fucking Rain of Fire. I don't even know who has the copy of it anymore. I would say Gabe. I think Gabe has it, actually. SMH is my head. Alright. If it shows me treasure chart again, then I'm convinced that you have to win each one. Just buy one. I wish I could. Unless you're talking about a Rain of Fire copy. Fuck no, I already bought one. All right, we got to win this one. 20% higher. All right, so each time we get to, so we just need to mash gamble. Fuck. All right, what's 20% higher than that? 12? What? That didn't do shit! What's 20% of 20? That'd be 5? No, 5 would be over 20%. This kid means business! You're such a bitch! He called you a whippersnapper, dude! Dude, why so expensive? It's such a shitty item! You guys aren't gonna be doing anything with it. There's 30 seconds left to go. This guy. Honestly, I think the best strategy is just waiting until he says there's only a few seconds left and then spending it. You suck. What did it get up to last time? Like, did it get up to 100 last time? Did it really only get up to 60 last time? Hit him with a 60 burger? Well, now they're at 65. Dude, they will not stop. 69? What a fucking classy guy. I'm hitting him with a... I'm hitting with the 70. I'm gonna have to spend 100 rupees on a goddamn treasure chart. It was like 120. Okay. God, you guys suck. Stop! Is that the final one? 8 seconds? Okay, okay, okay. I'm gonna hit you with the 125. All right. All right. Fuck. I really don't want that treasure chart that much. I mean, we might get our money back if we go and find that treasure, but we have to go find it. All right. We might have to go do some treasure charts in order to come back here and get the sale we want. Such excitement. Dear people, thank you very much. Alright. Yeah, Kanish, everybody was saying that, but that's the thing, it said like bet up 20%, but I was betting up 20% and it wasn't working. So I think you're just supposed to do that because it makes it to where they can't vote for 10 seconds, so... All right. 292. If it's the sale, then we can do 292. I'll spend all my money on it if I have to. All right, dude. 292. All right. So what we gotta do? Oh, starting at 100. Fuck you, 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 fuck you. Fuck you! Alright. So, let's say 127. Okay. Fuck you. Go 200 right off the bat. Oh shit. What are they gonna do? 130? I'll do 150. This annoying drat. Wow. Yeah, fuck that guy. Jesus. Shit. No, you're making me bet more, Linda. No, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. No. You look like Sling Blade. I'm gonna bet 200. What's with this kid and just how much of an allowance does he get? All right, we're gonna wait till last second. $220, $222. That's ours, bitch. That's why I purposely did that. I think it reset their stun timer. The fabulous Swift sale goes to Stinky for the price of $222. Yeah, they're very wrong, Kanish. Oh, thank God. This will save so much game. Whatever direction you look on the boat now will automatically change the wind direction to wherever you're looking, so we don't have to play the wind song anymore. It's really, really nice. Makes sailing way easier. All right, now the last prize they have in here, I think we're gonna need a little bit more money. We might need to go on those treasure charts and find them, but maybe we can pull. Well, let's see what they start the bidding at. There's one more treasure you can get from this. I had to sleep night, my brother from another mother. I hope I win the next wheel spin. I love seeing you suffer. What? So do all my viewers. What's the last prize? Are you ready? Something nice, and I also only need one more to complete my set. Good night, Crab. Oh, all right, dude. That is all right. That wasn't the one. You started off at 68. All right. He does look like a nice camera. No, they have a piece of heart in here. I think you have to bid on one more chart. OMG, a treasure chart. No, you can get a piece of heart. All right, we heading out. Yeah, we're leaving. You can get a piece of heart there, which honestly we only need one more for a full heart, so I was gonna go for that. Let's go money hunting, boys. But now we've got the fast sale, which changes whatever, so we can fucking go as fast as we want. All right, treasure charts. What did we get? It's on the map. Didn't we get the incredible chart just recently? Oh, that's for the Triforce pieces. Let's go to treasure chart 15. What does that mean? Oh, all right, hold on. What the fuck does that mean? Where is that? How long we been at this game? You mean like in total, Kanish? This is my... What's this, guys? This is only my second stream of this game? Total? I don't know, like 7 or 8 hours. Max of like 9. Where the fuck did we find that at? Now he means in total, guys. Just add my last Wind Waker stream to this one, because I think we've only streamed it twice. Up Timber. If we sail into it, does it get it? Or do we... Oh, I think we have to find the map chart inside of it. Well, thankfully we can fucking do that really easily now. The fast sail kicks so much ass. You sail so fast. Look around for a fish jumping out of the water. If you guys see him, let me know. There he fucking is. Because he'll give us the chart that shows it on the map. You see it? Alright. Holy small fry. Alright. Jumps up with the paintbrush. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Alright. Yeah, he just fucking headbutts your map. That's Rick, is that your spirit animal, dude? Oh, you fucked up the bash. I thought you were excited about the fish with the paintbrush in his mouth. Alright, so we have that. We need to do that in every square of the map, honestly. Which is fucked up. Let's go into the square and try to find it here. It might just be here. Honestly, we need those after the auctions. Alright. Let's go fast this way. See if we can find the jumping fish in this square. I see him. Damn, they're really easy to spot. Is that even the same one? This might be a completely different square. We're getting pretty damn close to it just being an entirely different square. Alright. Alright. Hello. Boy, small fry. Remember Sea of Thieves? It's a lot. This game is a lot like it, really. Eastern Fairy Island. Yeah, we need to do more of this where we just go around to each thing and find the fish because it uncovers the map and it's really nice. All right. To see now we actually have pieces for each one. Let's go straight up and find one. I can't believe Wind Waker ripped off Sea of Thieves. I know, dude. Looking around for jumping fish, boys. We aren't even in that square yet. Holy shit. Is that an enemy? Oh, it is. Where the fuck is the fish here? Oh, is that him? Yeah, that's him. I kind of hated that game. Why? Why'd you hate it? I really like Sea of Thieves. Ooh, Ocarina of Time music. Oh my god, I lost. All right. Okay. You can do anything without dying? What do you mean? Jerem, I feel like you only played it whenever we were really bad at it. We eventually got really good at it. Or the sound you make when you kiss someone, heart heart. I'm talking about choo-choos. There's little slimy monster puddles. I feel like we need to go into one of these fucking tornadoes. Let's just look around for a tornado and then go right into it, because I think that's how you learn the warping song. Unless you don't learn it till later. I definitely thought we learned it by now. Oh yeah, I remember you go way faster by doing this. I'm not gonna keep doing it. It's really annoying. But I remember whenever people found that out, if you switch between your normal and fast cell, it's like really fast. You go like twice as fast. Oh, I did not mean to do that. I was left out because some folks might have known that if they weren't guaranteed in the crew, they'd never speak to me again. Wait, what? Xbox Live parties are annoying. Where the fuck? Alright, well, I was kind of joking around and going over here and shit, but... Wait, did I just use my last bait on accident? God damn it. No, dude, he's right there, too. Where's Blackbeard? Where's old Blackbeard? You know what? I'm gonna look this up. I'm just curious. I don't even remember warp song in Wind Waker. How do you get it? The Ballad of Gales. Let the tornado catch you. Yeah, when can you do that? I wonder if it's later in the game.
What is up, YouTube.com? I am.
All right, dude. All right, calm down. All right, this guy is way later in the game than me. You gotta wait till... You gotta wait till there's like one of these huge fucking cyclones. Yeah, okay. What is up, YouTube.com? All right, we need to just go to where we were going. All right, east. East was the way to go. I just wanted to know when we got the fast travel song. I think he's at the same point as me, but you have to wait till you see one of these like huge fucking cyclones of wind, and then you can do it. It's really stupid. I think we could have already done it at this point. Now we have no more bait. It's annoying. Oh my god. Fucking sharks. Fucking sharks, dude! Get away from me. Just slightly turn and you're good. Workout time for real now. What's up, Rick? How you doing? What's going on? Is this a pirate? Dude, fucking pirates. Leave me alone. Oh, we can't do this one yet. God damn it. I mean, we have to go fucking all the way south. Oh! We can't do that one yet. It's not time. Right, Rick? I called my parents today. I hadn't talked to them in like over a week, and I was like, that is fucking weird. I called my parents and caught up with them today. Had like a good like 30-minute phone call with them. It's like, I hope you guys are good. I hope you aren't fucking dying. They just kind of laughed. They're like, yeah, we're fine. Alright, at the very edge here, it'll disappear a little bit. Damn, that disappeared like right before I was on it. What? No way. You have to be exactly on it, dude. There we go. There we go. We're still making fucking bands here. All right, we need to go south. South. Do 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 do. Oh, there it is. All right, perfect. We can go ahead and do it here. We actually need to run into this. You fucking idiot. There we go. We could have done that way earlier. That's a heck of an arm you've got there. And whatnot, I? No one's ever been able to spot me in there before now. You obviously have mastery of the air. Now that we've established that you're quite the Wind Waker, let's see if you can handle this. Down, right, left, up. Beautiful. Yeah, we should have done that way earlier. I just forgot how it worked. You need to move like the wind over the ocean deeps. Just call on my cyclones. Do 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 do. So we can warp to anywhere we've been. So that means we can warp to fucking Outset Island, and we'll already be at the place we need to go. All right. Na, 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 na. More Ocarina at a Time goodness, dude? How much Ocarina at a Time are you gonna give me tonight? Don't spoil me, game. Alright, we need to go west. Ba-ba-da, da-ba-da-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba. Oh, Rick, why would you do this? Yo, Kyle, can you give me a few gulps? Kyle's like, no, I will never. Where's Mui at? Where's Gabe at? Where's my boy Minxer at? Alright. Look at this fucking... Look, Kyle, you know exactly what emote you need to use right now. Kyle, you use this emote all the time. I need you to use it. Unless it's Rick who always does it. Fucking. One to wash it down? Thanks, buddy. All right. Oh my god! Bro, it's Steve. Wait, don't I need something to pick this up? Is you dead? No, I kicked my fucking Elgato green screen. God damn it. Power you have now, you can neither lift nor destroy that stone. Somewhere on the sea, the power to do so lies. God damn it, dude. I don't remember where you get that. Alright, so to enter both of these dungeons, we have to do shit. We have to unlock the Power Stone bracelet, which I don't know where the hell you get that. Purce just got shot. How you doing? I'm doing good. How you doing, Grant? I don't remember where the fuck you get. So you need power bracelets for that or whatever. I don't remember where you get them. Ba-ba-dum. Alright, I owe Rick a bean. I do. I do. What's on this island? Is that a man? Is that a little man? That's a little man with a telescope. No. Stop. Knock it off, please. Oof, the game is lagging a lot right now. Just get me up on there. Just get me up on there. All right. Let me go say hi to this man really quick. We just have nothing on X right now. We might as well put like the leaf or something. There's treasure in here. The frames, dude. I'm losing frames like crazy. Oh my god. Too bad. All I can see is seagulls now. What a shame. I was certain that huge fairy could be seen around here. Of course, magic. That fairy's using magic. Huge fairy. There's not great fairies in this game, are there? I don't remember that. Oh my god, the frames, dude! Oh, we're chugging! Holy shit! We're still chugging. That is a lot of frame drops, wow. My eyes, dude, that was a lot of frame drop. It's all these shift shooting cannonballs. It really slows the game down. It really slows the game down. All right. All right, get me out of there. We need to find, oh god. It's like the boat, and yeah, it's like the boat in Mario 64, right? But this came out in 2014. What excuse did they have? Let's see. What is this? Oh, right. I forgot about the little Iceland. Oh, wait, I'm so stupid. I was wondering what to do about these fucking pirate ships. I have the fucking... Alright, easy there, bud. Get over here. Loser! Alright. Put it away. Can we go in here yet? It's looking like a maybe. This was one of my like favorite. Oh, okay, dude. Murray's born in 1300. Shit, dude, what are we supposed to do? We can go back to the island and find a little secret Makar. Huh. I might get a little lost now. I think this is where... I guess we can get some of the Triforce pieces. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. There's one like right up here. Alright. I keep going to take a drink of my beer, but I know I have to eat a bean, so... Alright. Rick bought a bean. Alright, dude. Alright, dude. Strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish. Rick, I beg you, dude. Please just let me get another strawberry banana smoothie. Oh. Oh, it's so bad. I need to just hurry up and fucking eat it. I need to swallow it whole. Oh. Yeah, I tried swallowing it as whole as I could. It's so bad. What have you done to me, Rick? Is it this little island? Does this have a Triforce shard on it? Ugh. No, don't. Alright. I picked a piece out of my tooth. I almost put it back in my mouth to chew it. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna throw it on the plate that I have over here. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, is there just a Triforce piece up here? Maybe it's on the island. Alright, we're gonna try this first. Ugh. Teach me how to draw? Okay, Rick. Mister has done half of the art for me. Not even half, more than half of all fan art ever done for me. Alright, does this have a Triforce piece in it? No, it has a red rupee. Okay. These towers are always fucking worthless. If you die during all this virus shit from choking on a fucking bean, I swear. I won't die from the bean. They just all taste ass. They taste so bad. I won't die from it. I've eaten like fucking 100 of them at this point. Wait, we have to fucking pick those up though. Which we can't do yet because we don't have the fucking power bracelet. Or whatever you need in this game. Okay. Pretty good. Put it away. Set the sail. Alright, turn it off. Turn it off. And now turn this back on. Whoop their ass. Whoop their fucking ass. Whoop their ass. Get fucked. From swallowing it whole. Oh, right, right. That's the first time I've done that because I just didn't want to taste dead fish anymore, you know? Yeah, see, we have to pick these up, but we can't do that yet. Fuck! Where do we get that? Does anybody know off the top of their head? Ooh, furs. Can't blame you there, yeah. The dead fish, ugh. Link's gloves from Ocarina are stupid. They're just like little brown gloves. Sick. Does anybody... I feel like nobody in chat tonight has ever played Wind Waker and they don't know how to help me. I don't think I've gotten one. I've asked like 40 times tonight, can someone please help me with this game? And nobody has known anything. They're just like, maybe try this. Does anybody know where you get the fucking power gauntlets? You've never played it? Can anyone find out where how I'm supposed to pick up the big fucking heads? Damn, that's a far away camera angle. Yeah, markers. I did the same thing until 2014. As a kid, I was like, I don't know that I like this so much. I was like, it's hard to figure out. Jade, off work. Let's go. Oh, only when you're on your boat. Okay. Oh, there's a guy here. Jade, have you ever played this game? You hated the art, yeah. I love the art in this game now. I played your copy for like an hour. Right. Most people that have played this game have only played like the first hour. It's honestly a really intimidating game. That battery of mounted guns is a dangerous thing. If only someone could blow the entire lot of them. I already did. Just the first hour? God damn it, dude. Look, I'm not kidding. I think everybody has played the first hour of this game. I don't meet many people who have played it all the way through. Freeze the volcano and defeat all the enemies inside? Freeze the volcano. I found the ice place. How do you freeze the volcano? Thank you, Rick. I have no idea what that means, though. It's like some... Alright, I think honestly we just have to explore and find all this shit. We need to get bait is what we need to do. So what we're gonna do... We're gonna spend all of our money and we're gonna go get some bait. Which... What even is this? Dragon Roost? Yeah, Dragon Roost has a beetle boat. The boat scared you? I won't spoil who the boat is since you just got here. We were talking about it earlier. The boat isn't scary, he's very important. He's an important character in the game. You missed all the spoilers, which is actually pretty good, Grant, in case you ever play this. You unlock the Able Sister store? Mabel came to my village, Jade, but didn't set up a store. She just set up like a little shitty thing. The bow is the Master Sword. No, I already have the Master Sword, and it looks sick. You won't? Why? Why do you say that? You guys suck. Why don't you give Wind Waker a chance? That's a great game. Alright, the boat is the King of Hyrule. I talked about it earlier. C6. Okay. Alright. Honestly, I'm gonna buy another one. We're gonna need this bait to fill out the map. Well, yeah, considering you don't have a Switch, you can't play it. Fuck yeah, this shit rocks. All right. C6, huh? C 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, so it's right above that? You also need fire and ice arrows. Don't have those. I bet, okay, for the last like hour of this stream, we're just gonna explore and fill out the map, I guess. Twilight's really good. Twilight is just Ocarina of Time 2, but with a few shitty wolf sections. If they took the wolf sections out, Twilight Princess would be a pretty perfect game. It's just annoying sometimes. Let me blow this up. No, you need to light it on fire with fire arrows. I remember this. Alright, there's gotta be a fish around here though. Alright, don't maximize it like that. Oh, there he is. Alright, so we're gonna go around and we're just gonna find all the fish and throw bait to them because they give us maps. And we'll fill out the entire map of the game. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck you get those, Rick. I really don't remember. Now it's an island banana beneath black soil. There's some serious treasure. Power bracelets. All right, yeah. Let's just look at it. I'm curious. I really don't remember. F3. Oh, interesting. F3. What the fuck? This interactive map is insane. Oh my god, dude, IGN is so bad. It's like freezing my computer. What are you doing, IGN? How's your Animal Crossing town going? Really well. I want to show it off on stream. I think I'm going to show it off tomorrow on stream a bit. All right, here we go. This is awkward, but it looks like you're using an ad blocker. Shut the fuck up, IGN. I don't care. Oh my god, it's freaking out, dude. It knows I'm using an ad blocker. It really doesn't like it. All right, there we go. What about that? How about if I let your ads go through? Oh my god, it's still broken. Oh no, it's kind of fixed now. Okay, nope, it's broken. F3 or Fire Mountain. Okay, not only is there Stonehead. Okay, this is not helping. It's telling me where it is, but I need fire and ice arrows, which I do not have. Oh boy. Okay. You know what my least favorite thing of all time is now? Every single website you go on, it's like every gaming website, like that has game reviews and shit. Oh, we've noticed you're using an ad blocker. It's like, all right, how the fuck do you know? How do you know this shit? You're kind of the worst for this. They're like, in order to use our website, you have to fucking disable it. And I'm like, that's so much work. You're making ad blocker less convenient. All right, where do I get these items? Because I'm on the part where you have to do research to see where, figure out where they are. Okay. Let's look at the fire. Okay, you also need the fire and ice arrows. You can get them by warping to mother and child isles. B2. Okay, I think I remember that. I remember this. Okay. I know exactly what to do. Thank you, Rick. It's this right here. It's as soon as you get Ballad of Gales, you have to just warp to this section. Thank you, Rick. I forgot. It's been 6 years since I played this. Yep. Because you can't get in here without them. So you just have to immediately go, oh shit, it's giving me places to warp. It's a lot of stuff at once. Thanks, Rick. I fucking love the little diamonds. It's like what I put in my stream titles. Ooh. kind of fucking scary in this game. Awesome. I couldn't remember they got both these. That's the great fairy in this game. Fucking scary. Fire and ice. I remember really liking the little ice dungeon. Jesus Christ. Fire and ice have been added to your arrows. Perfect. Rip, great fairy. I know. I think she like drowned, and this is what she looks like now. You're just my type. All right, dude. No, don't look at me like that, King of Red Lions. All right, dude. All right, so okay, we have red potion. Honestly, kind of fuck red potion. He looked very unhappy to drink it. We need more bottles too. I need to figure out how to get more bottles. Basically, we're on the part of the game where we need to side quest a little bit, and I don't remember how to do any side quests in this game. Okay, so right here, there's an island that we can do. Bruh, what are you bruhing me about? Alright. So we're not gonna start a new dungeon tonight. We're just gonna go ahead and get these iron boots and the power gauntlets. Wait, do we have this yet on the map? Okay, we do have this on the map. So worrying about that is unnecessary. What am I doing right now? Oh yeah, you're speedrunning. Oh, you were speedrunning Undertale. Did you soft lock? Did you soft lock, buddy? Don't tell me you soft locked. I really don't want that to be true. No? Okay. Are you still speedrunning Undertale? Asgore, you can't do it. Why can't you do it? Asgore isn't even that bad. It's so hard. Asgore ain't that bad, dude. You can do it. Fish. We're looking for a jumping fish, boys. There he is. I see him. Doesn't even look like it's in the same square. That's how I feel about every square I've gone in. I'm like, that doesn't look right. Oh, without pie? Without the pie, though? Dude, you can do it. That's not that hard. Alright. You're fucking kidding me. He's right there. Yeah, Luna.
I was just clicking in to see what you're playing. Cool, 26 months. I'm in a bad mood, so I won't stay and be a bummer, but love you, bro. Smiles.
Luna with 26 months in a row. God damn. One of my earliest supporters and friends. Luna, thank you so much for 26 goddamn months. Love you, homie. I hope you start feeling better. I'm sorry you're in a bad mood. Cheers to you. I'll drink to you, buddy. Yeah, I'm playing old Wind Waker. Hope you're doing all right, Luna. Thank you for 26 months. God damn it, dude. That's insane. I can't believe you're still fucking subbed to me every month. That's nuts. Thank you. You're one of my longest subs, Luna. 1 hour 40 minutes. That's fucking fast to Asgore, dude. Wow. Dude, that's fast though. It's because I glove you, bro. I glove you too. I don't glover you. That would be bad. That would mean I hate you. I'm in lesbians with you. That's a little shark boy. No lava girl though. All right, let's get over here. I'm just gonna discover as much of the map as I can. New home at 120. Dude, that's so fast though. Beating Undertale in fucking an hour and a half is insane. I don't even know how you did that. That's nuts, dude. Where's my fishy? There he is. My little cutie man. Fuck you, shark. I'm not even trying to deal with you right now. Alright. It's pretty scuffed. I'll explain to you later. I had to cancel Portland trip because Oregon closed. I've been crying. I want to see my friends. Yeah, Corona kind of bad. Corona kind of suck butthole. You're right. I'm sorry, Luna. Yeah, the Corona stuff is not fun. I hope I can still do some of my trips I want to do in 2020. I don't have really any planned right now, but I was gonna go visit Frank for his streamer anniversary or whatever, but that's in like 3 days, and I just don't think that's gonna happen right now. With all the coronavirus stuff, and then I had a few more trips I wanted to do this year. One that's really big, and I wanted to do that by summer, so hopefully I can still do that. That person isn't here right now, but I would like to visit them in the summer sometime. And that person, whenever I visit them, we're gonna stream a lot, and we've already had stream plans for like 2 years, and it'll just be really good. Hopefully I can still pull that off sometime soon. All right, dude. All right, dude. Throw the food. Beautiful. Is it Gabe? It's Gabe, dude. No, I really don't want to tell anybody whenever I go and visit this person, because it's kind of a big deal. It might be the biggest deal out of anyone I've visited yet. It's gonna be a bitch to get there though. That's a big hit. Kind of, yeah. It's me. No! Oh, God damn it! I didn't mean to do that. I haven't really talked to anybody about it. It's just someone that I honestly wanted to visit last year, but just didn't find the time to. Because it's going to be a really costly trip. I'll probably have to put up a dono goal for it. Yeah, I'm going to go visit Ninja. Sure, let's play. Why not? I don't know what the fuck we're doing. Alright. I think this only runs out whenever you fucking... Traz now. That would be really expensive. Shit. So you're optimistic about this upcoming trip because everyone's looking fine for me to go. I knew how to stay safe and not get infected. I'm at risk, and only my area was shelter in place. Now it's illegal to fucking just exist in Oregon practically until further notice. Yeah, you're not bummering, Luna. Luna, you know how many mental breakdowns that Rick has a night? You're not bumming us out, dude. I understand. It sucks. It's gonna insult you for 4 days. Wait, what? Who? Ninja? I haven't left my house in 4 weeks and it's killed me. Yeah, Rick's having a tough time with this. I am having a tough time, but at the same time, I'm really loving not working at the YMCA, because I fucking honestly, the longer I'm away from that job, I hate that job, and it is so miserable to work there every week. It is just 6 hours of my life, fucking 4 nights a week, that I just really hate so much. And I just wish I could do this and hang out with my friends all the time. Okay, what were we going for? It's kind of fucked up because, like, I thought about today, I was like, man, it's very possible that in a month they go, all right, the Y's back open, you're coming back to work, and I'm gonna go, oh, I have to go back to the Y? It's like, damn. That's actually such an awful thought to me. I am so in love with this streaming thing and hanging out with my Twitch buds now that, like, the thought of going back to the Y is almost like, that's almost like torture at this point. I thinking about going back to that job now, I'm just dreading that. Kind of just hoping it doesn't happen. I do not want to go back to the Y. I'm liking streaming too much. There's some people who are just like, why would you ever want to stream full time? It takes the fun out of it as like a hobby thing, but like, I don't know. You just gotta not think about it that hard. Just enjoy everything. And I don't know, dude. Who's gonna complain about getting to play games that you love and hang out with people you love as well? So, gulpers? Yeah, dude, are there any gulpers though? Yeah, Dan, I don't want to go back to the Y. It's already been such a, like, I dropped out of college, so I just continued working there. So it's already a job that I just don't like being at. Yeah, it sucks. Shane, I'm sorry. You gotta figure out the Asgore fight, dude. I feel like you could survive without, maybe. Here's the thing, is like this month, like obviously I streamed that like Tuesday and Truth came in. He dropped a lot of money on me. And so did Pearl. Pearl's still sitting at fucking top dono, insane. A lot of you have given me a lot of bits. All the subs, it's insane. I'm sitting at triple the subs that I normally have. But is this only happening because of the time that we're in, where everybody's not working? And where I'm streaming constantly and shit. I mean, I guess I'd still be streaming constantly, but I don't know. Twitch is very much a gamble, so I can't put all my money into it, you know? All my money into it. That's not a great way to say it. I can't put all my marbles into it. I don't know if that's the word I want to say either, but I don't know. This is enough support here that you could quit? That's very possible. The Tuesday through Friday shit, I have definitely gotten the support that I would need to not have to ever go back to work, which is awesome. But who knows if it's just because of the corona stuff. All your eggs in one basket. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Thank you. Because say there's a month where I stream and I make like $200. Like, awesome. That's $200. But guess what? My rent is $315. My power bill is like $70. My fucking internet is $70. My water is $30. Like, you just gotta be like, oh my fucking god. I have really low rent too. Like, it's easy to afford. It's just like, yeah. Stop drinking water. I only have 6.1k bitbucks. I'm embarrassed. Yo, spend it all on gulps, Luna, right now. Do it. Alright, we've already got that. I just have to work my ass off to make that happen. Hey, Luna, can I have those blue coins? God damn it. Do exclamation point coins, Luna. Once they added the channel points, I switched those to bitbucks, Luna. And then the old things are blue coins now. You're not a terrible friend. Look at you, you have 453 fucking hours in here. Alright, we're gonna discover more of the map. Okay. We get some more of these goddamn fish. Beautiful. This goddamn fucking goddamn it. Alright, so here's the square. We're betting there. Luna, you've been busy as shit and you're still in the top 5. That should say something, dude. The fact that you're still in the top 5, that's insane. Frank leaves me on lurk constantly. How often do you see Frank actually say something in my chat? Frank is in the top 5 because he just is always leaving somebody up on lurk. I'm very thankful for him always lurking for me. That's fucking awesome. I'm just saying, like, it's really hard to beat Frank because I've been to his house multiple times and I see how he lurks. He is always lurking for somebody, which is very nice of him. Sorry I missed. I was watching Reggie Watt. What the fuck? Reggie watches streams. Reggie Watts streams on Twitch. That's really fucking funny. Also need to update my debit card. Melissa, please don't resub to me if it's just no. Just chill out. Melissa, it's nice to see you, girl. I love you, man. I'm no longer in top 1. It's kind of hard to keep up with that. You gotta realize Kyle and Rick are here for literally every second of every stream, pretty much. Yeah, Kyle holding number 1 is insane. Look, Luna, I mean, look, you were at 453. I think you were number 1 for a long time. Kyle's at 581 now. 581? I don't even feel like I've streamed that many hours. Actually, at this point, I kind of feel like it. But that's a lot of hours. Getting it's the hard part, and that's the info I got to offer. Wait, did he give me a map piece? He did. Okay, I'm stupid. Aw.
Curious.
What? What did that say? Cheer us? Is that what that said? Kieris? Fucking hell. Melissa, dude! God damn it. Reggie just started streaming? That sounds fucking amazing. I love that. Melissa, 2 fucking years we hit. I need to, honestly, whenever we hit like a big goal like that, I need to do a fucking... Alright. Here, give me a second. Can we get... Melissa, thank you for 2 years. I love you, dude. One of my earliest OGs. Alright, here we go. We'll just jam out to this together, alright? No, you still have your founder badge, don't worry. We'll jam to Sponge Please together, alright? What does he do? He does some weird ass shit. He goes like, what does he do? What does he do? He's like, I don't know what he fucking does. He does some weird shit. It's a lowercase s, guys. It's a lowercase s. Oh wait, maybe it's not showing up in my chat. All right, it might not be showing up in my chat. Yeah, there it is. No, you guys are doing it wrong. Dan did it right. All right, that's 2 fucking years. God damn it. Thank you guys. Love you. There you go. I thought something was going wrong. I was like, is my chat not showing it? That's so funny. I was like, what is going on with my chat bot? A little dance preview? Not a full one though, Markers. Who knows when anybody will redeem the dance? Somebody will want to use 40,000 on it. Toxic Mods fan. Look at that. Pikachu and the masked Pikachu. Very good. What a fucking banger of a song, dude. Sponge Please is so good. I'm so high right now. Perfect timing. Perfect timing to come into Sponge Please. All right. All right. We found one of these one time, and I don't know where the fuck it was. Can I get a drawing for 100% off family discount? I can't do that. We finally have done two. I did one for Jade and one for Rick. If you want to see examples of what they look like, Rick, I'm literally using our DMs as a place for me to send Discord links at this point. How do I do it? Shit, it's not working. Oh no, it doesn't work. All right, never mind. I was gonna show you the current two drawings I've done. Jesus Christ, dude. How many? All right, I see the fish. Honestly, Discord is an easier image uploader than like Imgur or anything, because you just send an image to somebody and then fucking copy that link and then do it. It's really nice. You've seen both of them? Okay. I didn't think I posted them anywhere, so I didn't know. I did one for Jade and one for Rick. That fish is fucking ugly? How dare you? He's a cutie pie. Imgur, yeah. Don't call him ugly. Where was the... Okay, Shark Island, Private Oasis, Bomb Island, Forest Haven. Where the fuck was this goddamn volcano? I don't even remember. We are discovering island bits as we go, though. And that's going fantastically. What the fuck? God damn it, dude. The things from fucking Ocarina of Time, what are these? Well, I mean, they're from from normal Zelda. Oh, God, they're fish now. And they're very fucking scary. I don't remember what these fucking things are called. Pea hats, that's what they're called. Jif and Imgur? What do you call it? Imgur? Shut up, Rick. Poo hats. Yeah, they suck. They're scary. Alright. Okay. Uh-huh. Yep. Like a normal human? Alright, dude. Alright, guys. We're really about to do this. Who is right? Imgur. Imgur. You can use Bitbox for voting? That's fucking funny. Alright, there you go. There you go. Go get your pickle chin ass boy. It's Imgur. It's like an imager. Imager. No, dude. If you guys make it a 50-50 on the vote, I'm gonna kick your ass. Please, dude. Imgur? Imgur doesn't even roll off the tongue. Where's the fish? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Imagine your... Oh, yeah! Oh, look at it! Look at the poll go, dude! Oh, somebody's spending fucking Bitbucks on it! 18-2. Oh, Rick, you got absolutely wrecked, buddy. Sorbet contributed 150 channel points. God damn it. So Shane had 15 votes. Well, Rick, now you have Purce wins fatality. It's like an imager. Okay, I gotta go. My eyes so puffy from sobbing that I just need to close them. Oh, Luna, that's so sad. Good night, friends. I love you all, especially Pierce. Let's play Animal Crossing and draw together sometime. Text me. Absolutely, Luna. Cheers to you, buddy. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing okay. Love you. One of them I got for free. Damn, so you voted 16 times? Okay. Imager. See, even Kyle's agreeing with me, dude. Kyle's gone against you, Rick. Now what? I don't care, y'all are wrong. Alright. Alright, now how about this, guys? Who right? Alright? You got GIF. You got GIF or you got GIF. You guys better put the right answer. Fucking GIF is the right answer. Even the man who made it said that it's GIF. This one I'm very curious about. What the fuck, Link? Calm down. No, the man who made it's a dipshit? Oh, come on, dude. It's graphics interchange format. It's GIF. It's GIF, boys. It's not GIF. GIF just sounds like you're trying to say gift, but you're fucking up. Look at you guys spending bitbucks for these. Oh yeah, right. If I had fucking 60 viewers on my channel, you guys know that's not happening. Graphics, not Jaffics. All right, dude. All right, you guys are just wrong. Oh, Shane, really? You say GIF? All right, dude. You guys are fucked. Kanish, what do you think? Do you say GIF? It's GIF? I know it's GIF. This is actually really funny. You say GIF? Well, then why'd you vote? I was all the GIF voters? Good. Oh. Do you say GIF, Kyle? God, you suck. I say GIF. Gabe, that poll was pretty lame, I'm gonna have to say. Fucking get up on there, Link! It's pretty leg. Pretty not happy with it. Pretty leg. I know it's GIF, but it feels wrong. That's just so weird to me. That GIF sounds more satisfying to you guys than the word GIF. GIF sounds like you're just missing a T. Like you're trying to say gift, but you fucking forgot there's a T there. Why you know wear snowshoe? I have no snowshoe. I have brown boot. Brown brick. Do you pronounce gay as J? Yes. I do. No! Wait, I want these arrows. Alright, 10 arrows. Come on. Alright, dude. Fucking get up there, you idiot. Alright, Bats? Bats, you want some of this shit? I'll fucking kick your ass. What is this? Where do we go, dude? What is this? What is the point of this? What are you supposed to do here? Dude, I'm dead. Oh. What? Hello? What's the point of this? Alright, dude, just kill me. Just die. Just die, Link. Just die right now. Drown in the water. All right, I'm back. All right, so we gotta make it into here. We gotta finish this section without being absolute trash. So let's try it one more time. Get off the boat, please. Yeah, you guys like Link drowning during the BRB? What the fuck? All right, 3.5 minutes to do this is way better than last time. Boys, the 6 hours is almost up. You know, some Thursdays are real winners. Other Thursdays are just like, there's just no gulpers around, you know? Like there are gulpers, but it's just not enough. Let's see. Damn, that fucking tracked him. It's never enough for you, is it? Nope, it really isn't. Here it is, boys. A VB long neck at 20 till late in the fucking morning. Iron boots, fuck yeah. All right. Check this out, fucking shitheads. I'm fucking big, boy. I'm heavy. He's a unit now. Yep. Wait, what is that fucking dumb shit? You forget how to walk? Yeah. Where's he at? This fucking dumbass. I bet Link says GIF. I bet he doesn't, because he's a cool person. Alright, where do I have to go? Wasn't the other volcano like way up here? I bet Link says yeah. Really? Oh. I think they're pretty close to each other. Let's go ahead and get the Fire Mountain shit out of the way so we can get the power bracelets. And then that's where we'll end for today, boys. We did basically 2 dungeons and a bunch of side quest shit, so if I don't see the fish here, then I'm not going for that right now. God damn it, I see him. Alright, we saw the fish. Shane, how did you get down to 3,000 again, dude? I literally gave you your Streamly allowance. What have you done? Che? Can we just stream Shane's first playthrough of Resident Evil 2? Can we just do that? I don't want to stop streaming, really. Do it. Let's see. C6. So he's like up here. Bruh, Shane said. Shane's too nervous. He doesn't want to do it. Shane, how do you feel about playing RE2 for your first time on stream? Unranked? You will? Okay. But what was your butt? Gabe will be there too, guys. I'm sure. Wait. We haven't done this area, right? Okay, we have. So do not waste your money on him. C6 is just wrong unless it's 1, 2. Does it go C, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Is it like that? I don't know either, Shane. Okay, maybe it's south of Dragon Roost. No, it's like, no, it's C. Alright, dude. You've been playing too much Animal Crossing. You suck my battleship. I don't know if C is the top row or the numbers are the top row, you know? Oh yeah, because Shane's gonna be on hotspot. Guys, I don't know how good that's gonna look. We can put it like in the corner though, and it could be like a just chatting thing. I just don't want to end my stream. Alright, maybe I'll end it, whatever. I have to stream tomorrow. Although I'm sure you guys would like to watch it. I'll stream tomorrow. It's 2 a.m. The reason I end at 2 a.m. is because that's when everybody checks out anyway. Don't end? No, Rick, you're just saying that because you'll be here no matter what. Same as Markars. Tay? I'll do it, bro. You just tell me when. Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know how to set it up. Because, yeah, Shane's going to have to... Shane has to use a hotspot just like Rick. And then he'll use the hotspot and stream it to me through Discord. Play DVD. Yeah, how about we just play DVD? You guys want to stream DVD together? You guys gotta make me drink, though. How about we do that tonight, Shane? How about we do Resident Evil this weekend? Yeah, let's do Resident Evil this weekend, buddy. Because, like, me and Gabe can definitely help you through Resident Evil. Drunk by Daylight. Alright, dude. Yep, we'll do that. We'll do that. Why not? Yeah, we'll do DVD. I've never streamed DVD, so... Alright, let me finish this shit up real quick. Boom, bitch! We gotta shoot the fucking dick. The erection. Holy fuck, I'm fucking lost, dude. Alright. Alright, we gotta hurry up. We got 5 minutes. He jumps off the right side, so do this. Beautiful, fucking fast as shit. Fuck you, bird. Suck me off. Alright, we'll do Drunk by Daylight tonight. Me and Gabe already made rules for Drunk by Daylight, so we'll see how this goes. Yeah. Alright, dude. Alright, dude. Fucking hell. Alright, he's gonna fly back around right now. We need to kill him. Honestly. Because he's gonna be a bitch. Beautiful. I miss my Drunk by Daylight nights, but I also don't miss being horribly salty. Yo, Gabe, I don't think I've ever told you that Dan and Avi used to play fucking DBD like a lot. You should play with us sometime, Dan. Gabe is like really, really good at it. And then me and Shane have been learning it more and more. Yeah, Dan used to play Dead by Daylight all the fucking time. I'm working on the liner of this thing. I really like how it's looking. Dude, from the little fucking sketch you sent me, I was in love with it, Rick. I just gotta tell you. Looking really fucking good. This is also playing like Ocarina of Time Fairy Fountain music, which is weird. It's going doo-doo-doo. Alright, we gotta kill these, I guess. Wait. How do you kill these? Can't you just like throw them in lava? What's the new killer like? He's a fucking dickhead. It's the guy with the gun. He sucks. Dan, he is so bad. As usual, yep, every time there's a new killer, dude. Every single time. Wait, I'm very confused. Wouldn't you want to kill both of these at the same time? Oh, they just come out of lava. How do you kill them? shit. You just have to wait a while until they debuff them, you know? Pokemon gun. Okay, what do I do here, guys? Does anybody know? God, I really wish I had like a Wind Waker veteran. Whenever I was playing Mother 3, I had Nico in my chat and he would help me like if I got stuck on anything. Flashback to all the survivors are OP, let's give them a gun. That's so stupid. Why would the survivors ever get a gun? That's so dumb. I don't know what to do. I'm inside the fucking fire volcano, Rick. So they can beat the killer? You can beat the killer by fucking trolling him and running him around. Oh, Dan's about to be excited. Dan, are you excited to watch me play it? Taco is hosting you, so hello. Oh, Butter, thank you. Buttered Cheese, thank you so much for coming in, dude. Taco is one of my favorite boys. Welcome in, Cheese. How you doing, man? I don't know what to do here. And I'm kind of like, shit. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Because we have to kill everything to get this. How do we kill these guys? Oh, you can kill them like that. Did not know. Let's play Smash Bros right now. How you doing today? I'm doing good, man. Welcome to my stream. I play lots of Nintendo. Tonight is our Zelda night. Working through every Zelda game. I figured it out, Rick. Don't worry. If that's a YouTube video showing me how. Thank you, Rick. I figured it out. I'm only kinda stupid. Now look at that shit, dude. We can pick up big boy rocks. All right, so we have 2 temples to do next time we come to this game. Maybe I'll do a poll and we can do either north or south. Let's get back down to the boat. All right. Get to the boat and we're gonna warp back to fucking Onset or wherever we need to go. Bad at it, got super tilted. Yeah, Dan, here's the thing. Whenever I play Dead by Daylight, I mean, I get mad at some of the killers because they're really stupid. There's just some killers in the game that just aren't fun. But, I don't know. Just gotta have fun with it. It's a video game, you know? Save, 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 save. Onnet. Yeah, I saw Onnet as well. Alright, this is a perfect place to save. As soon as we get here. Look how many places we discovered on the map, guys. Holy shit. We discovered like 30%, 33% of the map. Not quite half, but pretty close to half. I'd say we discovered about 40% of the map tonight. I'm telling Ninja, you said it's just a game. $ weird. Alright. Alright. Well, technically... Alright, perfect time to save. I wish we had full health. Honestly, I'm gonna use this fairy. It's really stupid, but we'll find more fairies in the next dungeons we're gonna go to. Oh, actually, we can warp to that one island that has them. Alright, Master Sword in hand! There we go, boys. Thank you so much. 6 hours of Wind Waker? God damn, we made some good progress, I guess. We technically did only 1 dungeon, but... then the Forsaken Fortress 2 is kind of another dungeon. So we got 2 heart pieces tonight. We went around and explored the map a ton. We got the fast sail. We did the fire and ice volcanoes. Look at that Purce money emote. What a... God, I love that emote. All right. Well, that's it for tonight, boys. Thank you so much for watching Wind Waker. Now... I'm gonna switch over to Dead by Daylight. Let me go to my BRB. Thank you so much for walking. Wait, thank you for watching Wind Waker, guys. Love you. Yo, Buttered Cheese, thank you for the follow, my man. Stream isn't over. I just gotta switch over. Thank you, guys.